Well, good morning, everyone. It is the 28th of June, 2022. Welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. The agenda has been circulated. Would there be any additions or deletions to that agenda? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Melhoff, further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Also, the minutes of the 14th of June regular council meeting have been circulated. Were there any errors or omissions noted? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Melhoff again. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That will bring us down the agenda list to item 4.1. And that is a public hearing related to Bylaw 1122/22, application number 0422 to amend the land use bylaw. And I will call that public hearing to order. And I'll just outline the process that we'll use today. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and then breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, the council members may have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. Before I turn it over to staff for the background report, maybe we'll take a round of introductions here. So I'll start with Division 1, please.
Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, I'm the Councillor for Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, everybody. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, everyone. Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5. It's good to be back to normal and be able to actually have people here. So good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Planner.
Good morning, Holly Bealey, Development Officer.
And good morning, Danelle Cole, applicant.
Well, welcome everyone. And to start off, Dustin Bisson, our planner, will outline the background to the application, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, Council. Danelle Cole has an accepted offer to purchase Plan 932-1255, Block 1, Lot 1, which is part of the Southeast 8, 38-7, west of the 5th, containing 35.90 acres of land. The subject land is in the Agriculture District and is located 7.5 miles south of the town of Rocky Mountain House in the Cow Lake area. This application is for the redesignation of approximately 7.15 acres of the subject property to the Recreational Facility District. for the purpose of developing a resort campground. The subject area proposed to be rezoned will not be subdivided from the balance of the subject lands. The subject land is located southeast of Cow Lake, approximately 1.5 miles north of Township Road 38-0, which is the Prairie Creek Road, along Range Road 7-4A, the old Everdale Road. The proposed site would be accessed via a new approach from Range Road 7-4A, adjacent to the east property boundary. The subject land is undeveloped. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants would like to create a resort campground with a maximum of 12 sites. The 12 sites being created will be available for long-term leaseholders to place residential cabins or tiny homes or park model units on the site. In addition, leaseholders would be allowed to park one recreational vehicle within the boundaries, within the site boundaries. The resort campground will operate year-round. The site will be serviced with power, water, and a septic holding tank. It will be up to the site leaseholders to supply their own camper, cabin, tiny home, or park model unit on the site. The developer has included some proposed rules in the package for the resort campground. Should council approve this land use amendment, the developer will need to obtain a development approval for the resort campground. Issues such as stormwater management, water supply, traffic impact, and dust mitigation, as well as a landscaping plan, among other things, will be addressed at the development permit stage of the process. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant will be present at the meeting to speak to the proposal. Planning direction, as we take a look at the county's municipal development plan, the location, intensity, scale, and design of new developments should be compatible with the capacity of the site and adjacent lands. When evaluating a development proposal that affects agricultural land, the agricultural quality of the land is just one of the factors that the county shall consider. Some of those factors include the nature and extent of farming activities in the local area, existing and planned non-farm land uses located within the area, impact on sustainable agricultural production, farmland assessment rating on the subject property and adjacent lands. When it comes to protecting water resources, the county does identify that as something of significance when it comes to redesignations and development. The impacts on surface water, quantity of water, quality of water are just a few of those things to consider. Impacts on aquifers is another thing that the county needs to consider when it comes to this type of development. Through the development approval process, the county may require that the construction of access meet county standard. The county can limit the number and proximity of access points into a property. The county may require the upgrading of county roads to provide access to the site. Development needs to meet provincial standards when it comes to water and wastewater services. Clearwater County shall not approve a subdivision or development pursuant to the Waters Act if the supply of water, of groundwater, which is completed by a qualified professioneer, indicates that the groundwater resources are insufficient. Ancillary water supply could be proposed and acceptable to Clearwater County. The redesignation and development for major developments could require an area structure plan, and that is something that the county council could request. An ASP or an outline plan. An ASP or an outline plan could address any of the following: site suitability, design and density, effect on land uses in the vicinity, traffic impacts, just to name a few. The county could request that the following studies be prepared and completed by a qualified professional engineer: a geotechnical study, a traffic impact study, a water supply study, a utility servicing study, stormwater management plan, and an environmental assessment. The county will consider, where applicable, the following when it comes to redesignating or developing lands: impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on the natural capital, including agricultural land, impact on the environment, scale and density, road requirements, utility requirements, county responsibilities that may be a result of the development, and any other matters that the county determines is relevant. When we get into the land use bylaw, I've included the recreational facility district purpose there for you. I've included the definition of a campground. Section 3.5, Part 10 deals with the development authority and some of the conditions that they can place on a development permit application. So things dealing with signage, landscaping, water and wastewater use and other utilities, lighting, hours of operation, number of patrons, and site grading, just to name a few. Section 13.4, Part 10 of the land use bylaw deals with the density of campgrounds, and the density is allowed to be 20 sites per hectare or 8 sites per acre if they're more than if it's under 10 acres in size. Policy considerations: the main purpose of this application is to rezone 7.15 acres of the subject lands from Ag to RF for the purpose of developing a 12-site resort campground. The recreational facility district is intended to accommodate and regulate the development of major or intensive recreational buildings and uses. The proposed use fits within the listed uses outlined in the RF district. The size of the proposed campground does meet the allowable densities of a campground. After reviewing and considering the impacts on adjacent farming activities, staff feel that the proposal would not negatively impact existing farming activities and staff in the area. Clearwater County could require an environmental assessment report to address the sensitivities of adjacent lands as well as the subject land. Campgrounds could provide for a more diverse local economy while promoting the county as a tourist destination. Section 12.2.3 and 4 allows the county to ask the developers to provide certain studies such as traffic impact assessment, stormwater management plan, and dust mitigation strategy. At the regular council meeting held on May 24th, 2022, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1122-22. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to Bylaw 1122-22. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Would council have any questions of the development officer? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I know we're not at this stage for the development permits, but what types of restrictions are typically put on this type of application?
Absolutely. So typically when it comes to a campground development, some of the typical conditions that we see would deal with quadding. In previous circumstances, we've put conditions that say that ATVs or OHVs need to be trailered on and off the site to be used. Bear Smart garbage containers is another condition that we typically put on. Hours of operation, number of sites, types of servicing requirements could also be included in that. Pets, dealing with pets, they need to be kept on a leash, things of that nature.
Additional questions of the development officer? Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Hypothetically, if this were to go through, would it be expected that there would be a study done on the possible effects of surrounding agricultural operations?
That is something that you absolutely could request be completed.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing, Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. What is the tax assessment change that could be seen by switching to rec from ag?
Yeah, so we did bring this up with our assessment department. It's hard to determine that just from, it's dependent really on what gets placed on the property. Clearwater County would see a change in the assessment value if it does go to RF though.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Good morning. Just the recorded vote, if you could just, when we get to that point, would you be able to just explain what a recorded vote, the definition of it, and just a little bit of information on that?
Perhaps I'll turn that over to our CAO. A recorded vote, he's requesting just a definition of that.
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. So a recorded vote is exactly that. It puts who voted what beside your name. So rather than the traditional, in this case, missing one counselor would be 6. It would have your name and exactly how you voted on the item is the definition of a recorded vote.
I would like to request a recorded vote.
I think when we get to that period of time, that maybe we'll have that request. We don't have anything to vote at present. And I would also remind that since we are live streamed and recorded, that every moment of these public hearings is recorded as well. So that review is there for everybody to access. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Melhoff brought up the question of taxes. Would the buildings on the property also be subject to tax? Is there temporary?
Yes, they would be subject to taxation.
Okay. And can there be a restriction against short-term leasing? Can that be applied at the development stage as well?
I'm not sure.
I'm just thinking of the Airbnb issue that I hear about from Nordegg. That I think we probably don't want to see that here in this site.
Okay, that is something that could be put on a condition of development approval.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I guess maybe I would have a question. There are quite a number of restrictions that can be put in place at the development stage.
That is correct.
That's correct, right? That's where the appropriate spot for those restrictions is placed.
That's right.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. How many RVs or camp-type spots can be put on ag zone land, the way it's currently zoned?
Right now, there really isn't a provision to allow for camping on agricultural parcels. The only provision that comes into the land use bylaw allows for one camper to be placed on a property and used for up to 30 days by a tourist, somebody that's staying at the landowners on the landowner's property. So that's really the only provision that's allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Restrict more if it's zoned recreation facility than we can if it's agricultural.
Okay. Additional questions for the development officer? Seeing none, I would maybe at this time invite the development officer to present any comments received from our referral agencies.
All right, from Fortis Alberta, Fortis advised that they have no concerns. They are the electrical service provider in the area. Public Works Infrastructure reviewed the application and they have no objection to the request. Public Works Operations, the approach into the property was inspected on June 6th, 2022 and was rejected because it did not meet county standard. There is a security deposit in place for the subject property, which would be returned upon the approval of the approach that's currently being constructed there. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on June 15th. The MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the subject land use bylaw amendment. And we did receive comments from Regional Fire as well. Each individual cabin would require building permits. They also submitted the Alberta Building Code to go with that, those referral comments.
Thank you. And I think at this time I would invite the applicant if she would like to kind of add any comments to support her request. Ms. Cole?
Yes, so we did have the opportunity to meet some of the community on Sunday. We actually hosted an open house because it was really important to us that we did have a chance to meet some of the community and try to address some of their concerns and help them better see what our intent is and our heart is for the land. So that was a great opportunity. I was grateful that a lot of the community did come out and meet us, and so I did have a chance to kind of hear some of their concerns. So I did write a little bit in regards to some of that. So if I may, can I just read from this for a few minutes? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we are aware some of the concerns the neighbors have with our land use application. However, we feel the nature and process of the request did not necessarily paint a fair or complete picture of our purpose behind the request, which is why we actually chose to hold an open house to give the homeowners in the area the chance to meet us and better understand our vision, as well as an opportunity for us to hear their concerns and do our best to address them. We believe that a lot of the concerns were addressed with those that were able to attend on Sunday, with a few remaining that we hope to further address today, along with a summary of what was discussed for council. I think the word campground was the closest option the county had in their bylaws for what we are hoping to achieve. Unfortunately, when I think of the word campground, what comes to mind is noise, traffic, drinking, those types of things. And what we have planned, however, is much more different. It would include things like long-term leases, tranquility, preservation of the ecosystem. We have heard and read a lot of concerns that had to do with removal of trees, the approach being added, and destruction of the delicate wetlands. So I first want to be clear that we just took possession of the land on Thursday. We bought the land from a logging company who expressed to me that their initial intent was to log the entire area. And I don't know if there would have been any restrictions in that regard. I wonder how the wetlands would have fared in that case, or the noise and wind belts that were expressed as concerns by close neighbors. But what happened instead is the land was pieced into 3 separate titles based on the natural division caused by the stream. And this is my understanding from what I've learned from the county and the sellers. The stream was then designated an environmental reserve easement. So as such, any future purchaser would enter into an environmental reserve easement agreement, including but not limited to a requirement that the land subject to the easement, which is 10 meters on either side, remain in a natural state as if they were owned by the county. Said agreements shall be registered by caveat against the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter. So I do hope that that helps relieve some of the concern. This was all in the works prior to me having any knowledge of the land or placing an offer. The approach was also, my understanding, I didn't hear that the approach had been declined, so my understanding was that the approach was approved and it was in place prior to my offer. There was something there prior to me purchasing. As it is a separate title, an approach is required, and whether the rezoning of the 7 acres is approved or not, I do intend to live on the land full-time and will need an approach. I see there are concerns with the construction of the approach and the impact it has had on the stream and wetland thus far. All I can say is that the stream is important to us as well, and we will do our best to minimize any further damage as we try to properly complete the approach and driveway that has already been started. I also hear concerned around trespassing and crime. My initial instinct is that the perpetrators are not your neighbors. I too, as a future permanent resident in this community, along with my friends who also will be investing a large amount of money for a long-term lease, do not wish to be subject to such things. This is why we will have strict bylaws that leaseholders must follow, with an approval process for any additional leaseholders we may allow to join us, along with an eviction process. The trees are also important to us. If I wasn't trying to rezone that 7 acres, I could technically clear all those trees and turn it into pasture. But as it stands with the leases, the leaseholders are looking for private, quiet spaces, and thus the trees are very important to them. Without that rezoning, I may be forced to find more beneficial use for that area. That's not my intent. With the rezoning and our bylaws, we have written in strict rules around the cutting down of trees, smoking, bringing in outside firewood, and the like. Our intent is to preserve a treed environment. The fact that the leases are long-term should help to mitigate much of the concern around unknown people coming and leaving the property, as well as traffic concerns. There will not be trailers coming and going on regular occurrence. What is more common with a long-term lease is a trailer is set up and left on location. In this instance, our hopeful leaseors intend to build little cabins or tiny homes, but they may also want to keep their trailer on site. My friend Catherine, who's looking to lease, has a trailer, for example, that she doesn't want to keep parked at her home in town. She'll want to leave it out on the acreage, and that way if her daughter and grandkids want to come out for a visit, they have somewhere to stay. It is made clear in our rules, however, that any extra trailer is not intended for another long-term leaser. Also, when the leaseholders are coming out to stay in their little cabin or tiny home, it is most likely that they are coming to stay for days at a time. This is their home away from home. They'll not be commuting back and forth as they would with a primary residence. It is more likely that they will be out during weekends and vacations and taking it easy. I really can't see it equating to heavy traffic. In regards to off-road vehicles, we laid out in our rules that it is intended for transport only, not used for off-road purposes, and that a strict 10-kilometer-per-hour speed limit be maintained. If they are leaving the property, they are to be trailered. So I believe many of the additional concerns will be addressed at the development stage, as was mentioned. Things like garbage and things like that, we're very much open to suggestions. We don't want to have a negative impact on our community and our neighbors, so we definitely welcome suggestions in those types of areas. We do see our proposal as opportunity for growth to the Clearwater County in the form of groceries, supplies, lodging, taxes, and the like. We are focused on sustainability, integrity, and preservation. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I will invite comments from any, yes. At this time, I'll invite comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor. Seeing none, I will check with the development officer. Sorry, there may be somebody coming up to the mic. I don't get a full view of the gallery, so if anybody is willing to come forward, please welcome, and please state your name and if you are speaking in favor or opposed to.
Sure. I'm in favor. My name's Ian Gray. We're looking at leasing a property there as well. So I grew up a farmer. I know where everybody's at here. We had issues back home too on the farm, and when we didn't know somebody coming in, you don't know where they're coming from, riffraff, all that stuff. We own a business in Red Deer, and we need to see. I need the country back. I got to pull some cattle again. I'm huge for community. Wherever I can help, I'll be there. I'm just saying, I need, whatever we can do to help anybody, I'm definitely there all the time. I'm a whole community, so I don't know, that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the application? Go ahead, please.
My name is I'm also in favor of the project. I am also one of the proposed VCs.
It helps with our live stream if we can use the mic.
As Janelle has pointed out, as Ian has pointed One thing that actually hasn't been said is that, with this small group, we did talk about it with a few of the people that we met on Sunday. We're so appreciative of every single person that came out. But that this isn't a public campground setting. This is friends and family and friends of friends who are coming together in like mind and in like heart and in like vision. We are all homeowners. Most of us are business owners in central Alberta. We understand the value of community. We understand the value of neighbors, and just keeping that integrity of being lawful citizens, contributing to your community, all of that. These are all extremely important things to us. If it hadn't, I know there are many people who would go buy land and they wouldn't even go to council for approval for things. They would just start moving things onto their land and doing what they want to do. But we knew right from the start, if we wanted to do this, we needed to do it right. And we wanted the support of our community, and we want the support of our council. And I say our because it will be ours, whether I'm a long-term leaseholder, an owner, whatever. We are all part of the community. We are all Albertans, and we want to be able to address concerns. I get it. Many of you have been in this community for many, many years, and the thought, especially when the proposal just again comes in just as a campground, my red flags would be going on as well. And so that's why we're here, to be able to answer, to be able to mitigate the concerns and actually bring resolve to anyone who might have some concerns. I believe there's resolution for anything that might come up, because I think that we have done this right, and what we want to do is really special. We want to preserve that land. We want to have a place to go. Like Ian said, living in the city with the craziness of everything going on, we just want a place that we have a home away from home, a little piece of refuge with, 12 couples who just want a place to, I'll say call home, because it will become a home away from home for us, and we will be, contributing and buying groceries and buying supplies and buying gas and inviting family out that may not like staying in a trailer, so they're going to want to stay in hotels and things like that. Like, we want to be contributing factors in this community. So I just, I really hope that you guys will hear our heart. Some of you I noticed some faces. Of course, there are some new ones here, and just really that we can work to resolve any concerns that might come up. So thank you.
Thank you. Again, anyone wishing to speak in favor of the application? And one final time, anyone wishing to speak in favor of the application? Thank you all very much. I'll check with the development officer. Were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No written submissions in favor of the proposal were received.
Thank you very much. At this time, I will invite comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Again, wishing to speak in opposition to the application. I see people making their way to the mic.
Hi there.
Good morning.
My name's Amanda. I'm here today in opposition of the resort campground. I live directly across the road. We share the same water source, and there's a concern about the large amount of additional people and water usage will lower our water table and our water quality. My fear is having a campground across the road from me will increase our property tax and decrease the value of my home. I feel that added human and traffic activity will have a negative impact on the wetland beside the access road that needs to be completed, as well as the wet crown land behind the proposed area. The road in, if not done properly, will be taken back by the wetlands. We've already witnessed sloughing. Any impact the road will have will affect the stream that leads into my property. Mrs. Cole has requested in her proposal the maximum length of stay be longer than 21 consecutive days. This makes it sound more like a subdivision, which again may have financial impacts to the surrounding community members. As per MDP 9221 and MDP policy 11222, I would hope these studies are done, but not at the expense of the taxpayer. Impacts on the environment, roads, water, all of which needs to be addressed as it directly affects my family and my home. Although I attended Mrs. Cole's open house on Sunday, I firmly believe most of my concerns are still valid. There is still a large amount of people being added to this community. You've already heard from a couple of folks who approve of said campground and are already leaseholders themselves. They are not from this farming community, and I hope you hear the concerns of your constituents first. We are your voters, your neighbors, and taxpayers.
Thank you. Again, an opportunity for anyone wishing to speak in opposition. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Marianne Drake. I live at 382006. Do you want me to talk about it for you? Yes, please. 7-4. All of you who received my email are aware of my concerns and that I'm opposed to the 7-acre rezoning. On June 6th, we held a community meeting at Everdale Hall. Some in attendance were long-term community members and some new, but we all share the same concern. This is not what we want. It was uplifting to see a community come together with valid concerns that were brought up, like water table, wetlands, environmental damage, road maintenance, and rezoning that could then add for future expansion. Is this county's sightline requirement of 150 meters able to be met on this proposed rezoning's approach? Will there be an environmental assessment done? Can this proposed rezoning accommodate for an emergency exit? Since the meeting, people have contacted me and voiced their opinions. I have a paper here with 31 of Clearwater County's residents who are affected by this proposal and they want to be heard. It has been brought up in conversation that the county is concerned about future revenue and growth. I would hope that there is a more productive way to benefit the county's finances than this proposal. We've worked hard for our homes in a quiet rural agricultural area and do not want this rezoning. I do not want to see agricultural land fragmented or rezoned. It is essential to preserve our beautiful county and its future. Thank you for your guys' time.
Thank you. Again, calling for anybody wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nia Beresford, and we are the owners of Northwest 5, 38-7 west of the 5th, which is the southwest kitty corner. I speak in opposition of this proposal, believing that we will be directly and negatively affected by trespassing, also a lot of environmental concerns. I understand that my main concern to the environment is due to quadding. I understand that there are rules in place which have been outlined in this proposal to prevent quadders on the subject property, but I am concerned about the impact to the Crown land directly to the west of the property, and the fact that it is very low-lying and quite muddy most of the time. My other concern is when I read the definition of campground. Now, I know Danelle had said that was the best possible zoning or way to state it, but according to this, a campground means any parcel of land or part thereof which levies fees for the locating of tents, holiday trailers, or recreational vehicles for temporary use by tourists and transients. To me, this does not fit the description of campground, whether you want to put resort campground ahead of it. It sounds like a subdivision. So before something is rezoned into recreational property, even through the discretionary use, this doesn't seem to be a fitting purpose or a fitting rezoning for it. There's also questions as to saying the 21 days there'd be a variance asked for, but no stipulation as to how long that variance is going to be. Is that 3 months, 3 years? And also the term of the lease. We're talking long-term lease. Can we have a definition around long-term lease? Is that a month? Is that a year? Is that 99 years? What is a long-term lease? So based on that, the zoning doesn't fit. You can take a look at Meadows Ponds or Diamond Willows, as it's called right now, and see that none of the lots have been sold, or very few to my knowledge. This is a subdivision. It's not a campground. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, an opportunity for anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Good morning.
Good morning, my name is Cassidy Martins. I reside just south of the property. My major concern is rezoning this land to recreation. At this point, it is proposed to have this development, which isn't a campground, but it's labeled as such, which will have its merits later if it goes through. But by rezoning it to recreation, it allows a number of permitted uses, including riding facilities, farming to a degree, picnic grounds, playgrounds, those sorts of things, without development permits. If this property happens to be sold at a future date, that allows quite a broad spectrum of uses to come into factor. It can be anything from your recreation tourist facilities to commercial guest cabins, clubhouses, rental units, zoos, water slides. Not that that'll happen, but it can be anything under the recreation facility districting. So by taking the surrounding areas, which are all agriculture, and placing recreation right in the middle, it just seems ill-advised for that area to take away from that agriculture.
Thank you. Again, I welcome anybody wishing to speak in opposition.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Kirstein and I am opposed to this. I understand today's vote is for the rezoning portion of this application, but I drove past the land a couple weeks ago and saw a lot of ground disturbance and land preparation being done already. This makes me wonder if there's been implied approval already. I don't understand the difference in monies or tax implications generated by rezoning agricultural land into recreational purposes, but I'm sure there's a difference. I do understand we are slowly losing agricultural land and feared that urbanization, recreation use of agricultural land is worrisome. Are there precedents being set for increased urbanization as opposed to agriculture in this area? There are already young farmers leaving the area to find more land elsewhere as land is getting scarcer to farm or pasture. Imagine if this was in your backyard, would you be happy and accepting, or would you be concerned about how this may impact you, your family, your neighbors, your land in the area around you? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, my name is Gordon Copless. I live southwest of Rocky and my grazing lease is a half a mile from this proposed development. I'm here to make my concerns known. I do not support this development for a number of reasons. If this proposed recreational site is approved for year-round use, it is most likely that these leasers will want to use ATVs such as side-by-sides, quads, and motorbikes. The ecosystem which surrounds the property is wetlands. It does not take much imagination to know what ATVs do to muskeg and wetland, and nowadays it seems the deeper and bigger the hole, the better. Any traversing on the fragile wetland will be devastating to it. We are to be good keepers of our natural habitat, and development with ATVs via the campground with permission to access government land will do great harm. There is a small spring that starts on the nearby quarter and meanders through, eventually dumping into Prairie Creek. Travel through here will silt this little creek up. We are concerned that our animals will suffer as a result of this extra traffic. Although we have lease posted for foot-only access and with motor vehicle restricted to roads from June till the end of September, this does not mean these rules would be adhered to. Some folks seem to think these rules do not mean anything and that they have every right to be traipsing all over government land. In fact, I had a gentleman tell me the other day I couldn't keep him off my government lease. This is not true. I have the right to limit access to the foot traffic, but of course no way of enforcing the matter. ATV users have been known to chase cattle and cause distress. Any traffic over the grass damages it and maybe even kills it off. This is grass that I pay to seed and maintain. I diligently keep the weeds at bay, and ATVs scatter weed seed. I keep the buttercup very well controlled. Movement of noxious weeds is a concern. Many times my fence has been cut by ATV riders. I have had to take my time and money to fix it. Gates are constantly left open, allowing stock to wander out. I do not have time to dedicate to this. This many people in a small area will cause disruption to the neighborhood by road traffic and extra water use. I would imagine wells will have to be drilled and the aquifers can only support so much. There will be pets and lots of them. I know there is rules inside the campground, but the minute they are off the campground, these animals will be able to run loose and dogs like to chase cows. There isn't enough room from that little spring to put in an approach along the guidelines followed. I was by there the other day and there's already been some construction done there. With the rain we've had, it's already silted and mud run into the small little stream, which then dumps into Prairie Creek. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Again, an opportunity to speak in opposition to the application. Good morning.
Hello, my name is David Thompson. I'm a property owner immediately to the east of the proposed land. Echoing the comments that you've already heard from my fellow community members here, I'm opposed to this development. It being referred to as a campground is not what this thing is. It is a subdivision. This will be a smaller division of community. Again, echoing my concerns of water, it is a massive concern for us, of course, because that stream and the entire aquifer under that body of land feeds my well. What you haven't heard today, but I have heard from other people that visited the information session on the 26th held by Ms. Cole, is that they also intend, to my understanding, of putting livestock on this property. If that's true, the aquifer will be damaged regardless of how you try to take care of it, because the substrate is wet in there. If you've ever walked it yourself, it is quite spongy. Putting animals on there would be absolutely detrimental to the water well that I consume and my family in our home. You've already heard the concerns of the construction, and I can tell you I've seen this from the beginning, from October of last year. It's all done in haste and cost savings, not done properly. It is a wetland. The beavers and the earth will take itself back if it's not handled properly at this approach that was hastily stuffed in place, in my opinion, and on a bend and on a hill, which is totally inappropriate for the approach. However, that stream does cause a natural barrier. I don't know how else you would get into this piece of property unless you came up with some sort of agreement into the grazing lease road that already exists there. Enter a new problem, now you've got to talk to the grazing lease holder for that. People choose to buy out in the country for peace and quiet. I get this. We did the same thing. I'm a farm boy myself, and a man of the land, if you will. We raise cattle and whatnot. Now I'm out on my own, and we have our own little acreage and whatnot, so we appreciate the peace and quiet that we do have. I didn't buy out in the country in the middle of really nowhere with very few neighbors around us within a mile anyway, only to have 12 or more move in. I understand this is not my land. I can't control or tell somebody what to do with it. I understand and appreciate that. I also understand and appreciate that it was slotted to be logged entirely, which I find grossly offensive to the new Deforestation Act, which would potentially prevent that. As this meeting goes on, I'm listening to both people that oppose and the few that have said they approve it. So I may, if I can, come back up and speak a little more, if that's all right.
Certainly, you can share your opinions and comments right now. I think the opportunity is yours. The floor is yours right now for a certain period of time, unless you become repetitive, and that's basically the guidelines we have right now. So.
Yep, fair enough.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Good morning.
Morning. My name's Herb Wallheisen. I have the grazing lease right to the north. I bought that property or the lease in year 2000. So the creek that feeds it from the cattle to water flows from the west of me to the southwest. That's where the creek comes flowing through there. Every year I'm hauling water, and there's the last 3 years I've been hauling water to my cattle because the creek dried up. If it doesn't flow into the Prairie Creek, it sits in slough holes, and that's where my cattle water. So to have 12 more homes sucking water out of there, I could be hauling water in there a lot sooner than usual. Also, another concern is what Gordon says about fences getting cut and all that stuff. I deal with that all the time also. Also, I want to say, I'm not going to name any names, but I was there a couple of weeks ago and seen a bunch of trespassers walking through there. They got no permission from me, and I was a little ticked off. And so it's going to keep happening, is what it will. All I want is a phone call or a text if people want to walk through there. Thanks.
Thank you. Oops. Again, an opportunity for anyone wishing to speak in opposition of the application.
Good morning, my name is Carol Henry, and I live just straight west or east of this proposed campground, and I oppose this. My first question to council is, when this access road was it approved by council? Did the previous owners actually come to Clearwater County and ask to have this access road put in?
Maybe if it's a specific question and Mr. Bisson is willing, I think we could probably have that question answered if it's part of.
Yeah, so in regards to the approach into that parcel of land, Public Works did approve the location of that approach. As of June 6th, when they went out there the last time, it did not meet county standard at that point. However, once it is built to county standard, that's when it will be when it will be allowed to be used as such.
Okay, so did the Klotzes, because they were the ones that my brother sold to, did they actually come to you before they started?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So now my question is, when my sister, brother-in-law actually moved to their property on my parents' farm, where the Thompsons now live, they requested that they have an access road right beside my parents. That was denied. And this was due to the fact that their county told them there were already too many access roads on the quarter section. So has that changed? Has that thought changed?
And again, probably we don't know the details of your particular circumstances. Mr. Bisson might be able to give us some idea of the general requirements of access roads.
Sure. I hate to speak specifically for Public Works, but my understanding is approaches have to be 50 meters. There has to be a separation distance of 50 meters unless it's a joint approach. In this case, they're treating the approach into the lease as a joint approach, and that's why they've allowed the construction there.
Okay, so now, since county approved this, did they approve that they could actually destroy the open waterway there? Because there was no road there, there was no access there, which is why we had to actually use the lease road on Kirby's property to access the back of our property. build it on the one side because there's a whole swamp to the south. So the Klotzes actually destroyed our waterway. And this is the water that actually goes into the water that we drink from, and it goes into the lake. And not only does it destroy that, but it destroys it for the bears, the cougars, and any other wildlife that inhabit that waterway. Now, the only way that they can actually get this up to code is actually damming the stream up property, and there wouldn't be any water flowing to that little open area. So for our water supply, like others before me, this is our drinking water. This is what we have our cattle drinking. And we now have 15, not just 12. There's 15 because the land was subdivided into 3. So that's 12 campgrounds. There's Danielle who wants her own, and the 2 other people who bought the other subdivisions. And cutting down the trees. Now, a few years ago, we had a lady come by our property, and she says, I just want to have a look around, because we used to own this property before you. And they actually had a sawmill that they worked. And they actually cleared off property that they could. And they could not actually take any more trees off that property because it's also wetland. And so the only places they could take land from is where it's actually cleared right now. I'm concerned about the fires and the fire pits and the garbage. I mean, we already have lots of wildlife coming through. We have bears, cougars, lynx, coyotes, fox. And we don't need any more coming through. On 3 sides of this property, we all have livestock. We don't really need any more. We were told that they were going to bring livestock onto this property. They were going to bring pigs, sheep, and chickens, just to name a few. And as for trespassing, it's not just people from out of our area that trespass to go to the lake, to the river. It is actually some neighbors. And so, yes, I have had to talk to a few neighbors who have not gotten permission. In fact, 99% of our trespassers do not get permission. We have people driving right past our house, and they says, "Oh, we didn't know this land was private." So now, I've only caught, quite a few, because I work full time, so I don't see everybody that parks and goes trespassing. But as soon as I see them, I will be calling the RCMP, and I will be calling my county councillor and anybody who else does not oppose this. Where the access is right now, I'm concerned about the line of sight. Just to the north, there's actually a hill. And we have had lots of close calls where people have been traveling north on the road, and there's people traveling south, and because it's on the curve, without this access, we've almost had lots of accidents there. So imagine the traffic that's going to be there now. When we have road bans on, guess who comes down our roads? This is all the semis, all the fuel trucks, all the big trucks that come through there. And yes, we have had close calls with a lot of these because on this corner, they actually have to pull, instead of going onto their own lane to the right, they actually travel in the middle. And I don't know how you're going to stop that. So now, when we have this, all these people trying to turn left or turn right in there, they are too going to be in the middle of the road turning. And if there's a semi coming down there, like I said, there's no line of sight, someone's gonna get hit. And also, on this hill, in the winter, it gets very slippery. And when we come down this road, we've actually almost skidded off into the right side going south, into the swamp that's there because it is so slippery. Now, if you have these semis coming down there, and there's someone turning into this road, these semis aren't gonna stop. There's no way they can stop. Again, traffic concerns. Okay, and what about a school bus? I know when we were at this meeting on Sunday with Janelle, most of them said they don't have children of school age. But what if they do, and the school bus stops there on the corner? Now, a school bus, if it's heading north into town, is to pick up these kids, it's gonna have to be in the middle of the road to stop because on the other side is a swamp. And they're not going to allow the kids to climb onto a bus from this access here. I think that is all my concerns. Oh, and an emergency exit. I mean, there's barely an access road into there. And my understanding is there has to be an emergency exit. Where is this emergency exit? Yes, on this property, there is an access road right across from our driveway, but that is not accessible because of the stream that goes through there. And the initial building of the cabins and the transportation of materials going into there. I mean, the road is disgusting. I don't know how they're going to fix that so that you have all these big semis going in there with all these materials to build these cabins, or even towing in a park model home. Now, I know there's a nice place in there to build a house, because when my brother, before they sold it, he said, maybe I'll build a house up there. Now, they did build, they are planning on building on that one high area. The rest of that is all swamp. The only thing we used that land for was for haying in the cleared area, which is right along the road. The rest we used for grazing, but even then there wasn't much grazing in there. And I think that's all my concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, an opportunity for anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the application. What? Welcome.
Good day, I'm Deborah Martins, and I'm one of the landowners just south. And yes, I oppose. Everyone has done a fine job representing us farmers. And I agree totally, Gordon, you speak highly of, but I totally disagree with what's going on. I only have a few things to add, and one of my concerns is if this doesn't pan out and she decides to sell, and this is turned direct, anything can happen to this land from there on. Another thing is concerning is that one of the things is, as for the camping, is that people moving their homes on and off these tiny homes, what will they do exactly? You guys haven't decided what they'll do in the tax respect. Will our land, will it go up in value? Will it decline? You guys haven't decided what that will happen. And if these people, yes, I understand that you guys want to go to a place where it's a better environment, but there is places like Wilderness Village. There's other people in our area where they can go to have their peace of mind. And these places can be filled to their expectations, not to where it's like a trailer park environment in this area. We have places that can be. We have actually, if they want to invest more money, we actually have places that are acreages that probably could be filled in our area. What I have is a perfect example. It was this fall, I had some young gentlemen from Calgary came by to our farm, and they said, they knocked on the door and they said, we hear there's some acreages for sale south of here. What is your neighbors like? I said, I have wonderful neighbors. As a matter of fact, anyone can give you a helping hand, and it's wonderful in this district. I'm very proud of it. Oh, you don't have any problems? Absolutely not. Is it quiet? Oh, it's quiet. I never got this, of course, yet. And I said, it's a wonderful area. I'm very proud of it, as a matter of fact. Oh, well, we're thinking of buying a small acreage. I said, well, I would definitely buy an acreage in this area. That's how proud I am of it. I was not looking forward to having a campground by our farm. Number one, because I have cattle. I wasn't looking forward to having more problems with the water that I'm already having trouble with. Or having dogs being around with my own problem with my own dogs or neighbors' dogs, more of them. So I'm really promoting this land for these young gentlemen and how quiet it was going to be and all this. So this is what I'm very opposed of, as a matter of fact. I think there is places for people to go and people to have all their many homes, but this is not the place that I expect for them to be. So that is my concerns. Many of the concerns have already been here. My daughters produce them with the water, and my neighbors have produced them, what I think could cause major problems in the future for my farming, especially. Thank you guys for your time.
And thank you. Again, opportunity for anyone wishing to speak in opposition. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Marlon Kersey. And I agree with most of the neighbors here. I've got pretty much exactly the same concerns that you expressed. The acreages and stuff there. Another thing I didn't really hear too much talk about was an emergency response plan. I know Carol mentioned an emergency exit, but when you get a concentrated group like that on a road like it, heaven forbid you get a tornado, forest fire, or something going through there, how is that going to impact the escape routes for people? And like it'd be bad enough now for people that are living there to get animals and stuff out if they had to without the extra congestion. And that's just another thing I think they should think about too. And I guess other than agreeing with most of their concerns and stuff, I guess that's all I got to say. Thanks for your time.
And thank you. Again, an opportunity for anybody to speak in opposition to the application. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa Sharplow. We're landowners just to the east of that proposed property. I just want to say that we second everything that everybody here has said today, and I think everybody who stood up to speak represents a lot more of the community who couldn't be here today. So my husband and I and our 8-month-old son moved here to Ontario back in September. And we both come from country, rural farming communities there, or at least that's what they used to be, and they're not anymore. So we came here for the community. We searched up and down all the way from Crow's Nest Pass up to Hinton to find a place where we wanted to raise our son in a nice community, a quiet community, somewhere where we could enjoy everything that there is to enjoy here. And I think our main concern is that in 10 years, 5 years, it's not going to be that way anymore. So I totally understand
wanting to get out of the city, that's why we here, I used to live in Toronto. I get it, I do, and, I guess my question would be, where are the other proposed leaseholders? Why are they not here? Why didn't they write anything if they couldn't attend today? Because I don't think we heard from anybody but Danelle and two others, and I apologize for crap name. So where are they? Who are they? Do they come from a country property? Do they come from a farming community? Do they understand the impact that they're gonna have on our environment? Do they know about dogs chasing cattle? Do they know about trespassing? Because I don't see them here today. You came from a farm. That's wonderful. I love having this neighbor. But who are the other people? Where are they? What is there, 12 sites? Do they know about the impact on swampland and our water tables? Do they care? Because you guys might have rules, but do people really follow the rules? How are you going to enforce that? The community that both my husband and I came from, two separate places in Ontario, it's not a farming community anymore. It doesn't look the way that it did when we grew up. There's no trees, there's no farms. It's pavement, buildings, and people. That is not why we moved here. What if all these people subdivided their land and did the same thing? Is it gonna look anything like it does now in 10 years?
Thank you. Again, an opportunity for anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Reeve. Bob Heigsma, I live about 3/4 miles southeast of the proposed development. When I first got the package from the county, I looked at it, read through it, and my question to myself was, why here? It did not look like a piece of property that had the amenities for a campground, like, say, out west camping or something like that, where the creek goes right by it. In order to access the creek here, you have to cross private property. The other concern I had was about an emergency egress, and there can't possibly be one here. You can only go east from this property, and that's the one way in and out. Many of the developments that have been done in the county before have required that. But the big thing is, I went to the public open house on Sunday there, and I thanked Danelle for doing that. That explained a lot of things, and it was a very good thing. But one thing I did learn was that long-term lease doesn't really apply to this. Apparently, there's a one payment thing for your lot. So that you'll have 12 people there that have basically a life estate on 1/12 of this 7-acre parcel. And that is totally illegal. It does not meet the MGA. And for that reason, I would ask the council not to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, an opportunity for those wishing to speak in opposition. One more time, those wishing to speak in opposition. Good morning.
Well, how are you? Name's Kevin Mercer. I own a quarter to the southwest of where they're going to put the campground. My words are, everything was said here today, but the recording is mine. I like to call, so I know what damage these things can do if out of control. So where that campground's going in there, if you look at the map, there's the north-south line, the west side, there's a clear cut down there. They're saying they're going to trail the quads off that property, but everything to the west is crown land, so by law, they can actually leave that property and go straight onto crown land with the 18 units. They don't have to trail. go south on that line, down to my fence line. Then they're gonna go west towards Cow Lake. Now that creek's down in there, they're gonna have to jump the creek. They're gonna cause a lot of damage in Darrell, that small creek. If they don't go south, they're gonna go north, and that's lease land to the north. So they're gonna get onto the lease land to go quarter back onto Crown. Now, most of the guys here now know that area better than I do. They live here. There are trails there, which will actually take you right through to Cow Lake. Not a lot of guys know they're there. They will find them and they will expand them. And I'm worried about my north fence line having way too much traffic coming up and down with ATVs on that fence line there. That creek's right in the bottom. I just worry about the ATVs. They are going to chew up a lot of land up there, either to the north on that fellow's lease land, to the north, or come down south to the mountains or to my place. And they're going to be on the mountain. So it's, there's more damage to be done than I think people are going to realize. They do not have to trail them off. They can drive them straight off to the west. Why did we do so? So I'd have a look at that before we go and build this. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, an opportunity for those wishing to speak in opposition.
I'm Iona Langford. I was going to say everything that everybody else just said, so I'm just going to say that I strongly agree or disagree with this, because I really was upset with the campground wording, and then finding out about permaculture that was said on Sunday, the gardening, just only 5 campers being there. It's our quiet country in Barton here. We're just north, and I'm strongly against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, an opportunity to speak in opposition. Call one more time.
My name's Dennis Ross. I live 2.5 miles north from 747 Wastewater. I'm not really close to the area, but the traffic and worried about the dust control. But one lady said big trucks through there, you ought to see it from breakup comes. There's service rates, there's tank trucks, there's oil trucks, water hauling trucks. It's a disaster. We're going to have to upgrade the road to accommodate more and more people. I was there in 44 years. Imperial Oil built them roads. The Cummins did that. They refurbished them later on. But our traffic's getting worse and worse. For 23 years, I've paid for dust control. It lasts about a couple months. We need it in the spring, we need it in the fall. And more traffic is not going to help us. It's a health hazard. The county should do something that road is there for more people. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, an opportunity to speak in opposition to the application. Calling one more time for anyone wishing to speak in opposition. And welcome back, Mr. Thompson. Just a short comment, please.
Absolutely. I was hoping that everyone would see the piece, some of the motion that you've already heard. I reflect that motion. In fact, if I'd had me work night shift last night, I'd be a lot more fired up. So I have some follow-up questions. Can I cite the NDP policy?
So generally, this is a hearing. It's really a chance for you to state your concerns, state your opinions, not so much as a question and answer. I know we've done a bit of that today, but in general, no.
Okay, then I'll put it to an opinion then. So within the proposal, there's a number of studies that are proposed to be done. It is my opinion that these studies shouldn't be suggested, they should be completed. And I'm asking that they are indeed completed and not at the taxpayer's expense, but at the applicant's expense because they want this done. And it seems to me, you've heard from everyone here, they've chosen the wrong piece of land to do this on. Completely wrong. Especially for what the detrimental effects that we see as landowners could potentially happen here. This isn't a good thing. That's all.
Thank you for your comments. anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Again, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? And one last time, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Thank you very much. I would ask the development officer if you have any written submissions opposing the request. Mr. Bissett.
Yes, there were 10 submissions in opposition to the proposal received from the following landowners: Deborah Martins, Brianne Drake, Phyllis Lowen, Amanda Thompson, David Thompson, Carol and Roy Henry, Dave Kruger and Donalda Thompson, Lonnie and Iona Langford, Doris and Ralph Rosdell. Council was emailed those letters of opposition yesterday. Does council feel that they have had enough time to read those letters, or would you prefer staff read them?
And I will look to the consensus of council here. Those have been circulated. Do we feel it necessary to read them aloud at this time? I'm seeing the consensus that no, we don't need to have those ones that were circulated reread.
2 additional letters in opposition were received late yesterday from Vanessa Shardlow and Cassidy Martins. I did see that council was CC'd on those emails as well. Have you had an opportunity to read those?
I'm seeing nods of approval there, so.
Okay. Perhaps what I will do then is just outline some of the general comments that we heard in those letters.
Thank you for that.
So generally speaking, noise, light pollution, lowered water table, environmental issues, dust control, stormwater management, concerns regarding sewage, direct access to a county road, traffic increase, OHV use, the amount of users, overflow parking, increased criminal activity, increased trespassing, garbage disposal, pets, concerns over firewood being brought in, negative impacts on wildlife, and impact on cell and internet services were generally the concerns that we heard in those letters.
Thank you for that. So I guess at this time, I would ask if the applicant wants to respond to any of those concerns or really to present final remarks.
I guess a lot of the concerns that were brought up, I really hope that we could address in the developmental stage. It was made clear to me by Dustin in the beginning that there is quite likely a chance we would have to pay for some different impact studies that could be requested, such as road impact plan and water impact plan. And I understand and respect that, and I'm definitely willing to carry out those types of plans. We did leave room in our budget and our planning for such things. It is our intent to come on and care for this land. I had mentioned on Sunday that we plan to hire a permaculture expert that's going to help us find the best use of the land and to protect it the best way we possibly can. And if part of that is impact studies, then we're more than willing to do that. The only other thing I can say is we, like this will be my home out there. So it is just as important to me that whoever we accept as long-term leasers understand what's important in the community, and that will be written into our bylaws, and we do have ways to end bylaws or anyone that's not being respectful of the community and our rules. So I think that's kind of the most important things I would say.
Okay. And thank you very much for that. And thank you to everyone that participated this morning. Your feedback is important and appreciated. With that, I will close the hearing. No motions will be entertained at this time. We shall take a 15-minute break. We'll be back here at 10:45, please. welcome back everyone to our council meeting. We will move on to item 5.1 at this time, and that is consideration of second and third readings bylaw 1122/22, application number 0422 to amend the land use bylaw. And I believe I am turning the floor across to Mr. Bisson.
Thank you, Reeve. So the purpose of bylaw 1122 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 7.15 acres of Plan 932-1255, Block 1, Lot 1, from ag to recreational facility. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, pending the outcome of the public hearing, the landowner will proceed with the application for the construction and operation of a 12-site resort campground on the subject property. The 12 sites being created will be available for long-term leaseholders to place recreational cabins, a tiny home, or park model unit on the site. Leaseholders will also be allowed to park one recreational vehicle within their site boundaries. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda as item 3.1 for further details on the application. At the regular council meeting held on May 24th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1122-22. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1122-22. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you very much. Now, I know there were certainly a number of opinions and concerns raised here, and I'm glad that Ms. Cole has stayed with us to hopefully maybe answer some of those concerns as well and questions of council. So I will open the floor up to council questions or motions. Councillor Swanson, please.
This may be more directed to planning, but how many long-term lease recreation facilities are there in the county approximately? And what has been the, I'll just say the complaint ratio?
I was talking with my colleague here, Holly, during the break about that. From what we've seen in the last 8 to 10 years, I believe there's about between 6 and 8 campgrounds that have been developed this way. Rustic River, Wilderness Village, Riverview Campground just recently, Boundary Campground out west of Caroline. And then there was a couple last year that I believe one was approved just north of town to be a long-term lease. As per complaints, we haven't received any in regard to long-term stays.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
No, I didn't. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Graham then. It's that mystery ghost. There you go.
Thank you, Reeve White. In looking through the 2010 Municipal Development Plan, it mentions the David Thompson Recreation Node. Does this fall within that node, this area?
No, it does not.
Okay, it also mentioned that the county may do studies to identify other recreation nodes. Do you know if that was done? Do other ones exist, maybe, is a better question.
I believe those nodes would be referred to like out in the West Country along Highway 11. Okay. I believe there is still work to do with those. Area structure plans, I believe, need to be completed on a few of those nodes.
Okay.
But yeah, there's certainly more work to do, I believe, when it comes to identify future nodes.
Okay, so it does not fall within one currently?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then to Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. You said you're planning to build your home there. What sort of time frame do you have in mind for that? I'm just thinking that if there's a problem, it'd be good to have you living there to sort of keep a lid on things. What's your time frame?
I'm honestly picturing a 2 to 3 year type time frame. I do plan to be out there more full time in the interim with a trailer.
Okay, Great, thank you.
And Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just looking at the page 20 here. What is the entire land supposed to be an ag number of 9, or what are we looking at for this ag number for this property? Is that a 9 or an 18 or? Yeah, for the ag assessment.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing there is, it does appear that it's a 9. It could be a 19. There might be, that line the orange line that's there might be blocking out one of the numbers, that's shown on that.
Perfect, thank you.
And Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. This question comes from the MDP policy 4.2.4B. Are there other non-farm land uses located in the near vicinity of this proposal?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
A question I would have, typically we see a recommendation from the Municipal Planning Commission. Did I miss that somewhere in the documents?
Yeah, so that was actually covered under referral agencies. So
Okay.
the Municipal Planning Commission recommended that council favorably consider second and third reading.
Thank you for that. Additional questions? Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you again, Reeve Wahid. This one's for Ms. Cole. Are the campers the extra ones that are not there's the cabin and then there's the option for the other camper. Is that to be a sort of permanent thing, or is the purpose of that to allow people so their friends can come and bring a camper sort of a thing?
No, it's more, like, for example, I mentioned in there, my friend Catherine has a trailer that she would like to keep out there on her lot. That would be for the purpose of, her daughter and her granddaughters being able to come stay, because the cabins themselves are quite small. They're 1-bedroom places, right? So it's nice to be able to have some family out, that kind of thing, make use of the trailer.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up?
A follow-up, and then I'm going to go to Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. If people, like, say, for example, someone's sister wanted to come out, would they be able to bring their own camper if they did not have a camper in their lot already?
Yes, if there was not another camper out there, they could bring their camper to come out for a visit, but it does specify in our bylaws that it's for visit, short-term purposes only, not intended for long-term lease.
Okay, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve, please.
Oh, thank you, Reeve. Question for planning. I've had residents ask me in the past, they're unclear of the MPC, maybe what it does, and the current board members that sit on it. Would you be able to just let the public know sort of what the MPC is and maybe who sits on that board?
Sure. So the Municipal Planning Commission is made up of 3 councillors and 2 members at large. They deal with development permit applications that are discretionary use typically, or if there is or if it's a permitted use requiring a relaxation of some sort. Municipal Planning Commission would deal with those. MPC also deals with subdivision approvals. So the creation of the fragmentations there, that went through the Municipal Planning Commission for a decision. And then finally, MPC acts as a referral agency to council on land use amendment items.
Thank you for the clarity.
And actually, I would ask for clarity too. These members are appointed by whom?
Council, Clearwater County Council.
Okay, thank you for that. Council appoints those members to the Municipal Planning Commission. Councillor Graham.
Thank you again, Reeve Wahid. Another one for planning here. The 21 days, the request to have that waived, is that happening anywhere else?
Yeah, so back to Councillor Swanson's question previously. Those long-term stay requests are becoming more and more common. I believe we've done about 6 to 8 within Clearwater County within the last 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. What is the plan or the intention in your bylaws for selling someone pulling out of their lease? Can they sell it, or how would replacement people come in?
So, first and foremost, our group of leaseholders will have a committee, and for somebody to sell, they have to give the rest of the leaseholders and myself right of first refusal for the amount that they had bought in for their initial deposit. So then that way we're hoping to prevent people wanting to buy in, looking for increases, and then selling to new people. That's not our intent. We want the community to be people that we've approved and intended for long-term use. If we were to bring in another long-term leaseholder, it would be under application process, and it would have to be approved by our board. I guess our board is the term that we're using for our leaseholders when we're setting up bylaws and doing all of that.
Great, thank you.
Additional questions? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. If the land zoning fails today, what is your plan going forward? If that's a fair question, you can tell me it's not.
I would have to do some research on what the next steps are, if we can just do some modifications and come back to the table. At the end of the day, I intend to live out there. I've bought that land to be out there. I love the area. I love the ecosystem. I love the privacy. I love everything about the community. So the location, I do intend to be out there. I really hope to be able to develop a little bit more towards the permaculture side, and my friends are definitely wanting to come on board with that. And, you know, just small scale, we're gardening, we're having chickens, we're, you know, just that kind of thing. So if they can't, you know, that's still my vision, that's still my goal. It just might take a lot longer to accomplish.
Additional questions? I guess I would have a question. There were quite a number of concerns brought forward today, but I did sense a willingness of you to accommodate those concerns, and I believe some of those would be taken care of, or many of them would be taken care of in the development permit stage of any process such as we're considering today. Is there any one of those concerns that you would like to speak to, or any number of those concerns you would like to speak to directly? Or I could go down my list, and I have about 2 pages of concerns here that I think the community would like to know as they build and look forward to a community of the future. And you being part of that, I think they would like those concerns addressed. So I'd give you that opportunity right now.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like some of the concerns were maybe more around my use of the land aside from the 7 acres, like the animals that I intend to have on site and things like that. So whether or not the 7-acre rezoning goes through or not, I still do, like I said, intend to be out there building community, doing permaculture, respecting my neighbors, respecting the community. So it is important for me to take those considerations into account. But a lot of, you know, what I'm doing with the land outside of the 7 acres is kind of separate from that. I guess one of the things that was mentioned is that everyone's buying a lease up front, a one-time fee, that one comment. There is an upfront cost, but it is actually a monthly lease that we have set in place. So I just wanted to address that. And there was comment about, you know, maybe, you know, we could have, some of my friends that want to be out there with me could have gone to Rustic or Riverview and things like that. My friends Neil and Michelle, Ian and Michelle. Ian today mentioned a few things, but he didn't mention that they've actually recently sold a long-term lease that they had out at one of those resorts because it wasn't what they're looking for. They're not looking for that type of atmosphere. They want the quiet, they want the tranquility. We're excited about the ecosystem there on this piece of land, that kind of thing. What else did I want to say? There was one other point. Oh, and ATVs. I guess my only point with that is, again, we chose this piece of land because we do appreciate the ecosystem. It is our intent to hire a permaculturalist. Like, this is our heart. This is our desire. Our heart if you can see what our plan is for the land, it's not our heart to be going and destroying the surrounding community. That's just not who we are. At this point, there's 3 other couples that have come on board with me and 2 elderly single ladies, one my mom and one of her friends that are gonna be leasing. Like, we're not crazy, hectic people that are not going to be respectful of our neighbors in the community. That's just not our intent for this land, so.
Okay. Thank you for that. Additional questions? Comments? I would maybe comment as one of the roles of council, we look forward to seeing our community in the future. And that's why we create guiding documents such as our municipal development plan, such as policy governing rezoning. And that's one of the questions we're deciding here today, is really typically a rezoning is a guiding principle put in place to address many of the concerns I've heard today. Unguided development is counterproductive to everybody. So I'm glad for the feedback we've heard today, and I'm confident our guiding documents are there to help us through this moment. Additional questions? Councillor Swanson.
I just want to make a comment. I don't have a question. That is, I was very pleasantly surprised to hear that you held an open house for your neighbors, whether they chose to go or not, or plan whatever. I know that we have other land use redesignations or rezoning that do bring other contentious issues, and I'll just lay it out there, gravel pits. And that is part of the requirement, is to have an open house. So I'm glad you went ahead and done that, and I will be suggesting that as part of maybe our MDP review or LUB review, that we do consider something like this as part of the recreation facility rezoning. So thank you for doing that.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Oh, just to thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Just for awareness to everybody, those guiding documents, one of them is the MDP, and that the current MDP is under review. So just for residents and everybody to be able to be aware of that and possibly have input. So that's all.
Thank you for that. Looking for additional questions, comments, or a motion? Councillor Swanson.
I'll make a motion to move to second reading.
Thank you for that.
To approve second reading.
Thank you for that. And Deputy Reeve Northcott, I know you maybe have something to say here.
Thank you again, Reeve Lougheed. I know that a lot of conferences and literacy and stuff like that refers to councillors as leaders, but I personally consider myself much more of a representative of the public than a leader. With the endless list of negative impacts that were listed by many residents opposing this current proposal, and as a lifelong rural resident myself, and as a councillor, I do not support urbanizing the rural landscape of Clearwater County, and I will not be supporting the current motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll start with Division 1, and then I'll work my way to Division 2, and then Division 5.
Thank you, Reeve. Initially, when you read this paperwork and you talk to Ms. Cole, it looks like it wouldn't be detrimental to the community, and I think that a lot of this stuff could be solved in development permit stage, restricting the number of campers, restricting ATV use, looking at dust mitigation, many of the things that the community is seeing as an issue. I feel that we could, at that next level, mitigate. We need to find locations for things within this type of development within our communities, and I welcome everybody in this room to join us again when we're doing the LUB and the MDP reviews and those public hearings, to come out and help us work through that going forward, because random camping on our West Country is not the option. Pushing people into the West Country where we have zero control over them, we're responsible for the infrastructure, the garbage, the emergency response, the list, I can go on with that list, and we have zero benefit at all The $30 camping fee goes to the province. We don't see a dime of it. So development like this is how we diversify our economy. That is how we are able to potentially move away from only the linear taxes that we get currently. We need to be able to find a way to diversify. However, I am the representative for this particular division, and everybody has reached out to me that is here today, and I appreciate them doing so. And if I was to vote in favor of this, that would completely undermine all of the efforts that they have done to reach out to me as their representative. So unfortunately, my vote will be against this because I am their representative, and I would not want my representative to not represent me if I was given the option.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would like to start off by giving you kudos, Ms. Cole, to come in here and see this galley full of people who have been very respectful, and we so appreciate that. That would be very intimidating, and you've held yourself with poise, and you've explained your case well, and you seem very lovely, and I'm excited that you're moving to our county, and the two individuals that you brought with you seem great too. That being said, for me, agriculture is number one always. And with respect to the recommendation from our staff, from my interpretation of the MDP and the land use bylaw, I don't feel that this is what was envisioned by past council who approved these documents, just it being a campground in the middle of an agricultural, a vibrant ag community. This is a community who as recently as last year has reaped the consequences of someone who is not agricultural being in their cattle, and I'm referencing the cattle drive, and I'm sure they all know who I'm talking about. It's avoidable. Those things absolutely break my heart. I grew up in 4-H with people who are a little further west, but I've heard all about the livestock being chased by quatters, the fences being cut, the gates being left open, livestock being shot and left alive to suffer. It's just, the horror stories are endless, and I don't want to do that to this community. A couple of policies that I would interpret a little different would be the MDP policy 4.2.4 A and C, and MDP policy 12.2.4 A, B, and C. Those are a couple of them that stood out to me that kind of pushed my opinion on this topic. So I will be voting against this as well.
Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I admit when I first started looking at this, I had some reservations. But from what you've said, Danelle, and the people who spoke in favor, my impression is that these are country people wanting to have a piece of country in their lives, that they've had to move to the city and they want this refuge. And so I expect that they will be respectful of their neighbors and of that land. This land isn't currently being used for agriculture, so it's not like we're taking anything out. And it sounds like it's wet enough that it will have limited use anyway. Regarding the concerns about the water, I know the tests that were done at Meadow Ponds to test the water, where it would be significant more people living there full time. And, I know they pulled on that well to simulate all of those houses watering their lawns and taking showers, and that it had no impact on the aquifer. I also recall being told that it takes about 9 months for surface water to get into the aquifer, so it's not like there's really immediate impacts. This development also fits our current strategic plan in having more development, more population, expanding the tax base, because certainly agriculture on its own does not cover that. Because of the long-term lease, I think there will be much less traffic than people are thinking of. I would expect that 100% occupancy is rare, a few long weekends in the summer. So I don't see traffic as being a significant problem, definitely be more, but I don't see it having a significant impact. And for me, I'm content to let the rest of the development process deal with the concerns from the public. So I will be voting in favor of this.
Okay, thank you for that. Additional questions, comments? Councillor Swanson.
Just listening to my fellow councillors give their reasons for and against, and where they will be positioning themselves in the vote. My thoughts more align along with Councillor Ratcliffe's, that I have to trust that the next step of the development process through the permitting process will address all that the concerns that were brought up today. I appreciate the extra information in regards to the monthly lease or the monthly fee. I would agree with that as well. I think that's proper due diligence in that respect, and how you're going to vet your people that will be staying there. We have been told that we are a county that doesn't welcome neighbors. And so for me, whether we welcome them permanent or welcome them part-time, I think we need to start changing the narrative. And we learn, it's new learnings. It's new learnings how to build that new community. And there's a generation below us that want to be part of this. And I can see that, you know, should your mom decide that's part of the family, she's gonna bring the grandchildren, they're gonna go have that appreciation for what's happening. And I think it's the quiet life that you guys are pushing, not the ATV end of things. And that it's called, how the Indigenous put it, it's called land-based learning. And I think that is so critical. So anyways, I will be voting in favor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everybody that spoke today. There's obviously a lot of passion here, and people spoke very, very passionately about their community. And I know we are a welcoming community here. When my family was starved out of the prairies in the 1930s, this community welcomed my family here. And that created a lifelong commitment to community service. And my faith in having good guiding documents and policy that creates an equitable opportunity for everybody, not disregarding concerns. So I will be supporting third reading of this rezoning. I will, however, be vigorously raising your concerns through the development process. I have heard them, I understand them, and I share many of them. And we'll make this the best possible that we can going forward. Having said that, additional comments before I call the question. Actually, I should go to Deputy Reeve Northcott, because I believe you had earlier stated that you wanted something around a recorded vote, and that would be, now would be the time to introduce that.
Excellent, thank you very much, Reeve. I would like to ask and request a recorded vote. Thank you.
All right. So I think we're at the stage where we will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Today we are a council of 6. A tie will mean a defeat of the motion. So it is defeated on second reading. And that ends that item for today. Thank you very much for joining us. I think we have a delegation waiting in the wings. Maybe we want to take a 5-minute break here while we do some of our housekeeping work around making it safe for the next delegation. Welcome back, everyone, after recess. Back to the agenda. We're moving to item 6.1, and that is a delegation from the Clearwater County Taxpayers Association. And I believe Ms. Cole is representing those along with a few other people along with her. Mr. Emmons, I see your light's on. Did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Just wanted to announce for council, as this matter is before the courts, the legal opinion is the preference heavily weighing on not entertaining the delegation. As I previously informed council, council felt it was extremely important to hear the delegation and acknowledge the presence. Therefore, the lawyer's second piece of advice was not to entertain questions, receive for information, like I say, as this is before the judicial system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Emmons. So with that, I think maybe we should have a round of introductions here. I'll go to Councillor Melhoff and then move around the table, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning. We've met Jenny Melhoff, Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3, and Reeve.
Welcome, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, Yale.
Okay, well, good morning to all of you as well, to Reeve Lougheed, Deputy Reeve Northcott, the rest of council, staff, and CAO Emmons. It's so great to see you back around this table, Rick. So now I'd also like to introduce our CCTA people that are here, as you alluded to, Reeve. It's Marianne Cole. I'm the president of the CCTA. And beside me is our Vice President, Tim Plant. Also attending is our Treasurer, Pat Butler. And I did see one of our directors, Ken Qualley, here as well.
Well, good morning and welcome for sure. I'll turn the floor across to you.
Okay, I certainly appreciate that in spite of, CAO Rick's comments there, and I would certainly understand if you had said no to our presentation this morning. Okay, now I also want to mention that while the points that we raise may seem antagonistic, we don't want that to be the theme of this presentation. Rather, we want to see improvements that promote fairness, trust, and a benefit for everyone. Improvements do not come without differing opinions and a change. That is the goal of this presentation, and with that in mind, I'll begin. So we can go up to the... So in this presentation this morning, I'll be addressing the following topics. We're going to start with the troubling county documents that really promoted and instigated this request for presentation. Then we'll go on to the questionable ratifications, information put forward to council, the comments that legal counsel, Ms. Grunberg, had made at the April 26th meeting. We will then go on to our concerns, and finally we'll go through righting the wrongs. Okay, going up to the first one there. First of all, we want to publicly review the recently approved documents that we feel are most troubling. On April 26, 2022, Council approved the broadband policy. The troubling part of the policy comes with the addition of a communications section, and that's the part that you would see on the screen in blue. As you can see, it specifically names LightLink Technology and Councillor Ratcliffe. We feel it is absolutely inappropriate to name one particular business or person in any public county document. Not only could this have a negative impact on those named, but it sets a very dangerous precedent for future county documents. Furthermore, it sends out the perception that Clearwater County might be a heavy-handed, unwelcoming operation. And so that communications policy, it starts there on that page, it goes on to the next one. And all of it, there's reference throughout that blue area to LightLink Communications and Councillor Ratcliffe. Okay, going on to the next one. There was the adoption of the Broadband Policy Committee bylaw. This bylaw passed third reading on May 24th, 2022. As noted in sections 5.4 and 5.5, if we can just scroll up a little bit. There is a very exclusive nature of this document that preempts Council's ability to gather valuable information on broadband operations in an open access manner from someone with firsthand proven practical knowledge. And if you look closely there, it's talking about anybody that has been involved with submitting an expression of interest or signed a non-disclosure agreement, is a shareholder, director, officer, in a company that could be involved with broadband operations. And certainly, we can appreciate that exclusivity, but again, it rests on a councillor to determine that. We don't feel that it needs to be in a policy. By comparison, would council exclude a realtor from the municipal planning committee, or a person that sells hay, seed, chemicals, or other farm produce from the Ag Service Board? Certainly these people, and it doesn't matter, in any of these jurisdictions, these people have helpful information that they can share for the benefit of all of us. Then, and if we'll go on to the next screen, after passing that bylaw, the council proceeded to make a motion specifying the members to this committee. As you can see, the motion excluded Councillor Ratcliffe. If you look at Resolution 226-2022, the motion was that it appoints Reeve Lougheed, Councillors Melhuff, Graham, Northcott, Cermak, and Swanson to the Broadband Committee. And it passed by a vote of 5-2, and you can see that the one that was left out was Councillor Ratcliffe. Going on, you can just leave that screen up because I don't have it. In reviewing the background information printed in the agenda packages for both these documents, we find the rationale supporting their passing to be very questionable. Supposedly, these documents were developed due to the need to protect the municipality from potential accusations of pecuniary interest, and that without such proactive measures, the county could be facing costly third-party investigations and lawsuits. In response to that rationale, we ask, what is the process used to determine pecuniary interest? What is the urgent need to make a bylaw for something that may never happen? And I'll say, if something were being discussed and Councillor Ratcliffe excused himself, which is his response, then there wouldn't be a need for these bylaws. What about the legal premise that a person is innocent until proven guilty? We strongly feel that positive sounding rhetoric, which is the need and the for these, and they have to be proactive, is being used to justify questionable county documents. If we can go on to the next screen. Go up a little higher so that we see, scroll the other way. There, that's good. The MGA, Section 172, Part 1, clearly states it is the councillor's duty to declare pecuniary interest, and to excuse himself, herself when necessary. In a municipal affairs document on pecuniary interest for municipal councillors, and I hold it up for you, it states, you must decide when you have a pecuniary interest. Council cannot make the decision for you. And in that, it's a highlighted part here, where on page 1 of that. So again, it's you must decide when you have a pecuniary interest. Council cannot make the decision for you. Moreover, Part 3 of Section 172 of the MGA, and they're both up on the screen there for you, states that even if a matter being discussed might be of pecuniary interest, the councillor, as a taxpayer and elector, has the right to be heard by council and would not necessarily have to leave the room. And that is down on Section 3, Part A. It is not necessary for the councillor to leave the room. For administration then to promote a county policy and bylaw that prevents a councillor as a taxpayer or elector from having a voice, and then which council is subsequently encouraged to adopt, that policy is definitely wrong. Nowhere, absolutely nowhere does it say it is administration's duty to draft and promote the passing of a bylaw that limits a councillor's involvement in county operations. I repeat, responsibility rests totally with the councillor to declare pecuniary interest and take the necessary steps in that regard. Mr. Ratcliffe accepted his responsibility to do just that when he took the oath of office after being elected last fall. Unfortunately, he will not have the opportunity to prove his integrity of upholding that promise with these troubling documents. Instead, there is questionable justification being used to limit Mr. Ratcliffe's involvement with broadband operations. Administration is fully aware of his knowledge and expertise. As such, it seems they may be concerned that he could point out some serious flaws with activities in current broadband operations. Recently, we became aware of 2 examples of questionable information being provided to the previous council. In response to a question about current technology being used in the county, the response noted that Hyper WiMAX was a superior product of choice. Yet, other information suggested this is an archaic system. Another question was posed related to WBS, the communication spectrum that the county uses. The inquiry asked if this spectrum was exclusive to Clearwater County, and the answer was yes. But upon further investigation, a listing of numerous other users was provided. And in this information that I received, there's a whole listing of other users of that same spectrum. As an organization, we have also become aware through information gathered from other ISPs of debatable overspending. This includes purchasing, installing larger than necessary fiber optic cable, overspending on point of presence facilities, and the largely questionable need to install fiber optic cable from Rocky to Olds. These excessive expenditures could potentially have been reduced if administration had been willing to listen to proven expertise. In further consideration of financial matters, it's noteworthy to review comments made by Ms. Grunberg at the April 26, 2022 meeting. And again, for watchers virtually, Ms. Grunberg is the legal counsel that has been working on the county's behalf on these matters. First of all, a concern was raised at that meeting regarding the naming of someone specific in a county document. Ms. Grunberg replied that she couldn't speak to that generally. We wondered, did she really not know of other situations where this has been done? Or did she not want to admit that this was a unique situation? She then suggested that council could go in camera to discuss the matter, as there's nothing in the MGA about specific content in a document. Other notable suggestions she made were that council could delay passing the policy, as it might be helpful for administration and council to make the policy less specific. As well, she noted that gathering information from industry experts could be helpful. In spite of the lawyer's suggestions that we as taxpayers were ultimately paying for, council proceeded to pass the broadband policy. Certainly, that raises a red flag. Why would council hire and pay hugely for legal advice that they ignored? And I might ask now, but I know that you can't give me this information, what was the cost to date of Ms. Grunberg's legal advice? Ultimately, we feel that there is a very detrimental impact to the county on preventing Mr. Ratcliffe from participating in broadband discussions. As mentioned before, he has significant knowledge and expertise that he could share with council. This could be very beneficial as they strive to make the most fiscally responsible decisions for the benefit of county residents. Instead, you as councillors are forced to rely on potentially less qualified information. Another concern is the fact that Mr. Ratcliffe has been excluded from any discussions or meetings related to the drafting of these bylaws. As such, he has had absolutely no opportunity to defend himself. This is definitely inappropriate. In our legal system, a potentially guilty party is present to hear all arguments against him or her. Yet this county hasn't provided that consideration to Mr. Ratcliffe. Another example of inconsideration occurred at the May 24th, 2022 council meeting. There was a motion made to table third reading of the Broadband Committee bylaw to allow the new CAO, Mr. Emmons, the opportunity to review this broadband file. This sensible, considerate motion was defeated. We strongly feel that this whole scenario of exclusion is being promoted because there is an unwillingness to accept differing information on broadband operations. That is certainly not in the best interest of county taxpayers. Council needs to be provided with quality, proven information in order to make the most beneficial decisions. That can't happen when opportunities are thwarted. In addition, these restrictive documents unfairly exclude the residents of Division 5 from representation on broadband matters. All taxpayers deserve equal representation on any county matter. Broadband is one of the most critical, costly items in the county's budget, and Division 5 residents deserve to have an equal voice on how their tax dollars are spent in this costly area. Ultimately, we feel that a huge mountain with a slippery slope is being made out of a minimal molehill. Questionable rationale is being put forward about the seriousness of potential pecuniary interest, which may not become an issue at all. Promoting the urgent need for these documents is an unnecessary, excessive response when simply recognizing, valuing, and trusting the integrity of a teammate would be a more beneficial response. Not only would that work to promote a more cohesive council, it would present a more positive image of Clearwater County. In conclusion, and if you can go to the next slide. In conclusion, we urge council to review these troubling documents. First of all, we ask that you remove specific names of a business and councillor from the broadband policy communications section. They could be replaced by more generic wording. And if you see there in the screen where those have been crossed out and it refers to, stakeholders in general, that sort of thing, rather than, you know, or if anyone is awarded a contract rather than a specific name. Then we ask, the next slide, we'll go down to next one. Here. Then we ask that you delete sections 5.4 and 5.5 of the Broadband Committee bylaw. And finally, we ask that you rescind Resolution 226, 2022, the motion that stipulates the committee members, excluding Councillor Ratcliffe, and replace it with a new motion, including all councillors. In conclusion, we sincerely ask for dedicated commitment from each one of you for the benefit of all taxpayers. Ultimately, may a spirit of trust and a desire for supportive cooperation override the questionable push to accept these documents. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your opinions with us this morning. It's appreciated. I would be looking for any motions or questions from the floor. Councillor Swanson.
I will make the motion that we receive the information from the delegation as presented.
Okay. Questions as per the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Daryl, so much for listening to us, allowing us this opportunity. We really, really appreciate that. And, you know, I think it speaks volumes that your councillor was willing to listen to us, giving a rather opposing viewpoint.
Well, I certainly appreciate your efforts working for the common good. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Have a great day. I know we are a little time constrained. Is Mr. Pratt available for item there? I think he's in the wings there. I didn't see him back there, but we will move to item 5.2 or back to item 5.2 if we could. And that is relating to a letter response to request for 3 issues facing economic development from the members of Parliament. And I'll let Mr. Pratt introduce that item, please.
Thank you, Council. At the last Council meeting, Council directed that administration should respond to the letter from 3 members of Parliament about rural economic development, and what they were requesting were for our 3 top issues regarding economic development in Clearwater County. So I have drafted a response to the 3 members of Parliament, and the response for our 3 top issues were around lack of investment in land, lack of investment in infrastructure, and also lack of flexible training options and skilled labor force. Those 3 issues I came up with from going back to the economic development strategy and really the input that was provided by businesses and residents at the time, talking about their obstacles to growth. And so in creating this draft, I bring this back to Council to see if this is what you would like forward on to in response to the original letter.
Okay, Councillor Swanson.
Yes, thank you for that that perspective. And I agree with what the 3 items that you have addressed in that letter. My question would be in regards to the lack of investment in land, and in that we talked about you talk about it, you know, especially identifying land that is already zoned and serviced being number 1. In the past, and I'm reflecting on no MD or no counties is excluded in that. All of Alberta, it's not just here in Clearwater County, it is all of Alberta that is dealing with this. And there are certain corridors that are going to have, I'll just say, that traffic flow that will enhance that particular item. So with last week's open house with the twinning of Highway 11 talked about, my thought process was, well, maybe this joint industrial land should be in areas where those main corridors are, not necessarily off the beaten path in a very remote area per se, as far as big business. So having that highway corridor, those transportation corridors being key indicators of where that investment is, because it helps direct that traffic to those businesses. So I don't know if that's implied here or if that's something that we could address.
I kept this at a higher strategic level. Really, it's a lack of having any land and that many counties are struggling with. But the truth is, for potential future investments, ideally, and this is what I hear from businesses and the realtors, ideally close to Rocky where you can tag into services and have the employees. And if we have a twinned highway, along the twinned highway makes the most sense long-term. I mean, there's other possibilities, but really it comes down to we need zone land, but we need it with services and we need it with access to the people that are gonna work there.
Thank you, and I'll go to Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious if you would want us to sign on to this as well, or yeah, would you like us to sign on to this as well?
Absolutely, I'd love to be able to put all the names of council on this as well.
I have a whole pen full of ink. Additional questions? Councillor Ratcliffe.
I don't have a question. I guess if I had a question, it would be, how could you make this better? Great job.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you again, Reeve. Actually, I think this is a really excellent opportunity for this council to, I would like to possibly see an amendment to the letter, actually. I think I know I've mentioned this before, but there are many, many executive roles in society, and I think it's much more of a burden on society really across the country, but I think as a municipality, this might be an opportunity to lobby this a little bit better. It seems we do have MPs that are reaching out to us. I did a little bit of research on planning. I thought it was a little bit weird, but so I did some research on planning, and there's even organizations, Alberta Professional Planning Institute, and there are some of those organizations, they make a lot of money there. With 26 employees, I won't name any of the business names, but they have an annual revenue of $5 million. And the thing is, the way I see it is, all those businesses, they are paid from taxpayers' dollars. So that tax revenue is taken out of society for infrastructure, roads, schools, hospitals. And I understand that planning is important, you bet, but with all the planning that's happened across the country, I don't think we're in that great a shape. So I think to have a letter amended to bring that awareness, I'm not sure exactly what to call it. All I can think of is it's called this executive roles in society, where people they receive a paycheck through taxpayers' dollars, but don't really offer a valuable good or service to society. And it does take it creates inflation, higher tax rates. So a little bit of that. Anybody out, any questions for me? And I think maybe a second thing would be the better efforts for the awareness and the reduction of illicit drugs and opioids. It causes havoc on the healthcare system, AHS, creates a real strain on the policing system, the courts. So those are just a couple of things. I do definitely appreciate your letter, but I think it could be amended and maybe have an opportunity to be able to lobby the federal government on a much bigger scale. But that's my comments. Thank you very much.
Additional comments? I'll go to the honorable member from Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. Well, I would welcome any amendments as well. I think that it would be more appropriate, particularly on the opioid crisis, that we would attack that in a completely different letter, in a completely different resolution, so that we can put more of a spotlight on it if it was your wish to do so. And opioid in general and healthcare in general is a provincial regulation, not federal, so I think we would be lobbying the wrong government. Just as an aside.
Thank you. I do see this as an opportunity to lobby along with some opposition MPs, certainly the shadow cabinet, bring awareness to issues that are important, but these are related to rural economic development and rural broadband as well. So I think those are all items that are near and dear to our heart. So I do appreciate the efforts for this letter and will be supporting a draft. If we could incorporate more, I think often we have to be somewhat specific in the windmill we tilt at, and in this case, I think it's an appropriate response. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. Yes, if this was a top 4 concerns, I think that the opioid and illicit drug issue might make that list. But I agree it's a big problem, but I think this captures the top 3 quite well.
Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would like to make a motion that council direct administration to send a letter to members of parliament in rural economic development and rural broadband strategy in response to their inquiry of issues affecting economic development in Clearwater County.
Thank you for that. Additional discussion. Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we need to state that we'd like to sign on to this prior to this being accepted as a motion?
Redo the draft to allow for council to sign on it.
Okay. Does that have to be expressed in the motion, or are we good?
I will just do it as a part of my job.
Okay, perfect.
All right, Deputy Reeve.
Maybe what I'll do is I just have one more example of for executive roles in society. There's one board that I sit on, and consists of roughly close to 5,000 people across Canada that sit on that board, and everybody that's there really receives payment from taxpayers' dollars. And in comparison, when I went to Brown Tractor. We went to that at the one conference. We did a tour with Brown Tractor. They have 5,500 employees across Canada, and Finning, I think they're around 4,600 people. The average age of all the staff that work at Finning are 42. But I just thought, for that one organization that doesn't contribute really a good or a service, really everybody is paid through taxpayers' dollars, in comparison to those 2 big corporations that contribute millions and millions of dollars of tax back to the economy to build roads, schools, and stuff like that. So, thank you again.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additional comments regarding the motion? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Perhaps to alleviate some of Deputy Northcott's concerns, we can look at drafting a letter to the red tape reduction minister addressing some of those concerns. Would that be something that you would like to see us do?
Deputy Reeve.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the comments, Councillor Melhoff. That's perfect. And if really to raise awareness on the topic and stuff like that, man, I think that's great. So thank you very much for the comments.
And I might just say, if something like that comes across my desk, I would certainly always help with the consensus of council to any of our letter writing efforts and their effectiveness for sure. Again, motion before us is for this draft. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Pratt. I know your timelines are very tight now. We'll let you run off to represent us so well. Thank you. I see the clock on the wall. Let's see the other stuff. Yeah, I'm just trying to look here down the list. You know what? I think let's take a break now. We'll reconvene at 12:45, please. Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. Actually, the chair would like to acknowledge his wife Penny joining us in the gallery along with his daughter Grace and her friend Esme as well. So it's a welcome, and it's nice to have you with us this afternoon. That brings us down on the agenda to item 7.1, and that would be Clearwater County Regional Leslieville Wastewater Treatment Facility Project Tender Award. And I believe who would be taking this one then? Sorry, I see Mr. Magnus is joining us as well, so. Thank you. I guess I got ahead of ourselves a little bit there. So thank you for joining us. I guess ultimately wastewater treatment facility update here, and I believe it's around the project tender.
Okay. Good afternoon, Reeve Lougheed, Deputy Reeve Northcott Council. One of the Clearwater County capital projects that was approved by this present council, along with past council, was the Clearwater County Regional Leslieville Wastewater Treatment Facility, which is to be constructed on site at the current Leslieville Lagoon located just east of the hamlet of Leslieville. As such, Clearwater County administration tendered out the construction of the treatment facility on 2 separate occasions. The first tender opening was held on May 18th, 2022, and due to only receiving 2 bids, with the results being substantially over the estimated project budget, was retendered, with the second tender opening occurring on June 10th, 2022. At this time, the county received 4 bids. However, 1 tender bid was disqualified due to failure to comply with any or all requirements of the submission package. Contractor bids were based on the following tender criteria: complete submission form, qualifications and experience, schedule of completion, pricing, and optimization opportunities. Hence, as per the recommendation from Magna Engineering Services Incorporated, based on the aforementioned tender evaluation, construction of the regional Leslieville wastewater treatment facility would be awarded to Everest Construction Management at $9,850,224.66. The approved 2022 budget for both engineering and construction was $2,332,762, of which $1,917,762 was designated for construction. The budget at $7,319,000 to complete engineering construction for the remainder of the project was within the 2023 capital budget. Consequently, the total budget for 2022-2023 for engineering and construction was $9,651,762, of which the total construction budget for both 2022 and 2023 was $9,036,762. As a result, this puts the construction portion of the project $813,462.66 above the 2022-2023 approved construction budget amount. The increase to the budget is attributed to increase in the costs associated with site prep and earthworks, specifically increased fuel costs, hauling costs, and imported material costs, surface improvements, and to some degree, the cost of wetlands materials. This project is being funded through restricted surplus and the most recently received Alberta Innovatives grant in the amount of $500,000. Clearwater County also applied for the Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership Grant, which, if successful, would provide additional funding anywhere from $1 million to $5 million. Furthermore, on approval of the 2022 budget, it was initially understood that a portion of the construction of the treatment facility would occur in 2022, with the majority of the construction to be completed in 2023. Hence, the approval of just over 2 million in 2022 and just over 7 million in 2023. However, it is now recommended that the majority of construction is to occur in 2022. The reason for this is when the original budget was set in November 2021, the Alberta Environment Park approvals were still in process. In spring 2022, when the final approvals were provided, there is a requirement to begin testing of the treatment system operations for the winter of 2022-2023 in order to align the final approval sign-off with the final commissioning. This ensures that all potential deficiencies are captured while the contractor is on site to reduce any potential cost implications. This shifted the treatment wetlands component into 2022. The second consideration, to move the majority of the construction into 2022, is due to the current market uncertainty around supply costs. There is a cost benefit to the project by moving supply chain concern elements into 2022 to reduce contractor risk with inflation concerns in 2023. If Council wants to move forward with this project in its entirety within 2022 and 2023, the additional funding would come from restricted surplus. As such, administration has provided 3 options for Council's consideration. They are as follows. 1, that Council awards the construction of the regional Leslieville wastewater treatment facility to Everest Construction Management as per the recommendation from Magna Engineering Services Incorporated based on the tender evaluation. The project award revised budget would be as follows. A, the revised 2022 engineering budget would be $560,000, which would be an increase of $145,000 to be funded through restricted surplus. B, the revised 2022 construction budget would be $9,029,700, which would be an increase of $7,111,938 to be funded through restricted surplus. And C, the revised 2023 construction budget would be $820,524.66, which would be a reduction of $6,298,475.34. There would be no change to the 2023 engineering budget. The total budget, including engineering construction for 2022 and 2023, would then be $10,610,224.66, which equates to a $958,462.66 increase. The second option is that Council approves the engineering construction of the regional Leslieville wastewater treatment facility project for 2022 and 2023, as outlined in option 1, contingent upon successful acquisition of the Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership Grant. Finally, option 3, that Council postpones the project for now and potentially, at Council's discretion, reconsider the project within the 10-year capital budget forecast. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Council for any needed further discussion and questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'll go to, well, Councillor Milhoff, I believe, is first, so I will go to her. Oh, sorry, you look surprised.
No, because I think I saw that she hit her button first.
It's the ghost, I tell you. We'll go to Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. If we were to postpone, this project is very near and dear to my heart, being housed in my division, obviously, and I really want it to get done. If we were to postpone it for a year, would that potentially affect us receiving the $500,000 from the Alberta Innovates grant?
So long as we don't cancel the project, then we would still receive it. It comes down to continuing to move forward with the project. As I said again, I'll reiterate, if the project in its entirety is cancelled and we choose not to move forward, we would lose that grant. Okay, and are we still eligible for that if we were to, in a really happy world, receive the other one from AEMWWP? So if we were to receive that, would we still get the $500,000? Yes, we've currently received that, and that's currently in the bank per se with Magna Engineering, and they would apply at our discretion in however way, whether that be towards the engineering cost or to construction, that is at our discretion. Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. My understanding is that the wetland portion of this project allows for carbon capture. And then there would be an opportunity to potentially sell off carbon credits. Is there an opportunity for us to partner with a company that may actually require those carbon credits? Because obviously as a municipality, I don't believe that we need them. So is there opportunity to partner with somebody that would require those carbon credits?
I would have to reach out to Magna Engineering and pose that question directly to them. So at this time, I couldn't adequately provide you an answer. I would have to get back to you on that.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have two questions. The first one being the Alberta Municipal Water Grant. Do we have an idea of when that might be announced?
Yeah, right now, both Clearwater County and Magna Engineering are in discussion with the appropriate department within the province in regards to distribution of these grants. So we're looking at anywhere from a month to 4 months that we would know if we were successful. Right now, it is positive in regards to receiving that grant. And again, potentially, worst case scenario would be 4 months before we would know.
If it was 4 months, would that be too late to begin construction?
Again, it's an excellent question. We had that discussion with Magna actually this morning. It would be tight in regards to that. The bigger question is we would have to work with the successful contractor in Everest in having them hold tight until that point in time. And then the next part of that challenge is to see if prices can hold, because at that point prices will start to creep up and we'll see creep. And so that's an additional challenge in regards to maintaining the current prices that were put forward in regards to the bid.
Okay, thank you. I had another question. I'm going to come back to it.
Yeah, I'll come back to you then, and I'll go to, was it Councillor? Yeah, I'll go with Councillor Melhoff first, and then Councillor.
Thank you, Reeve. Is the Leslieville Lagoon is not currently meeting legislation, correct?
That is correct.
So we will have already been budgeting in our surplus for this project, knowing that it was coming. What do we have in our sewage treatment surplus that in general for this project?
Can I start in regards to the restricted surplus?
Yes, please, sorry.
I'll turn that over to Rhonda. Do you know off the top of your head? Yeah. Councillor Mellon asked, what's our current dollar amount in the restricted surplus for sewer? I know we looked at it yesterday, but it escapes me.
Mr. Emmons, I think maybe has a comment.
If I may, while we're waiting for Mr. Hand to pull that up, just a little follow-up with your permission, Reeve Lougheed. Adding on to Councillor Ratcliffe's questions, our experience with tight timelines on tendering, it elevates the costs typically beyond what budget can sustain. Typically when we go out beyond, it allows a contractor more flexibility in timing. When the timelines are too tight, you are dealing with only those contractors that are available or the ones that the profit will make it a priority. So typically extending those timelines, we see more favorable tender prices.
Thank you. And
Okay.
Ms. Sirhan?
Yeah, so there's $9.9 million in the sewer reserve for the regional sewer project. I see $2.3 million being proposed to come out of there in 2022, which I assume would be for this project.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham and then back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Thank you. Where I am sitting with this currently, I really dislike saying it, but I think we should postpone it for a year. The reason being is for that potential grant that we'll find out in 1 to 4 months. That could cover up to 75% of the costs. That's a fairly significant amount of money. And as much as I would love to see this done this summer, I think we'd be better off to not rush it and to wait and hope that we receive that. I think that would be the most beneficial for everyone in the county.
Mr. Magnus, please.
If I may, to provide some clarification again, Councillor Graham, in discussion with the grants department through the province is the grant fund would be specifically associated with that portion of the project associated with the wetlands. So as I indicated earlier in my initial summary of this project, was it can be anywhere from 1 to 5 million, and that's based on that portion that is considered the wetlands portion. So any funding associated with this project would not be attributed to upgrading to the lagoon itself or the facultative cell. All right, it's associated with just the wetlands portion. So the 75% is entirely applicable to that portion of the construction. So that can be anywhere from 1 to 5 million. It's actually really at their discretion. So it's not of the entire project as a whole.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Okay. Again, I have more than one question. Do we get any user fees? Does the county receive any revenues from this lagoon? Like, is it part of the residents?
We do have a bylaw, wastewater bylaw with fees associated, but it's tied into the operational aspect of providing water services, in this case Nordic only, because that's the only hamlet where we have water facilities, and then sewer or wastewater, and that is the collection of the wastewater and the fees associated with that. We do collect fees, but more so on the operational side of things. It's not associated with any capital projects.
Okay.
Mr. Emmons, your lights.
Thank you, Bylaw. And if I may, Kurt's exactly right. If I could maybe just further explain. So none of our facilities are meant to cover the capital costs as per a previous decision of councils of the day. But the operational costs are. So for example, the Leslieville Lagoon is not capable and does not handle external hauling. So there's no opportunity, there's no external waste received there for fees. But the community of Leslieville is tied in to this service, and they do pay a monthly fee. So those fees do cover the operational cost, if that helps.
That's what I was looking for. Yes, thank you.
Deputy Reeve, Northcott, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Graham, I totally agree with you, and it was very well said. But I was just wondering, Mr. Magnus, for clarification. It says that if construction had begun, that the grant would be difficult to receive if construction was to begin prior to receiving the grant.
Yeah, so that is a possibility. Usually the funding department through the province does not like to see construction begin until such time that funding has been given, the grant has been given. However, they do recognize the challenge associated with this project, in particular, the requirements as set out by Alberta Environment Parks. So there is a bit of a urgency behind it because of the approvals the testing as per the approvals that Alberta Environment Parks needs to see over the next year. So that's in part of their approvals. So in our discussion with AT in regards to receiving this grant, we've made them aware of the fact that there is that challenge and associated with this. So they're taking that into consideration when possibly awarding that grant. So the likelihood of us having the ability and opportunity to begin construction before receiving a grant is much better than if it was just out of the ordinary. We have certain requirements that we need to fulfill through Alberta Environment Parks in regards to testing. So they do recognize that it is better that construction begins sooner rather than later, even to the point of having to wait for the funding. So we've made them well aware of that. So with that, the hope is that the understanding is there and that we will not lose that grant if we should start construction.
A question I would have, I guess, is within this granting process or the process of the application, do they consider engineering work as work, or do they consider that just background? What I'm saying is, I know there's a component of this that is engineering work. Can that work be done ahead of time so that if we were receivers of a grant, that we wouldn't be doing things serially, we would be doing them in parallel? So I guess, anyway, just a question, perhaps.
Yeah, so when we received the Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership Grant for Condor, it did include engineering. So when I submitted the cost at the end of the project, I included when engineering started previous years. Where we're at with this project currently is it's ready to go. So all the engineering costs are up to date and we're just waiting for construction.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll come back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. You indicated that the wetlands and the materials associated with the wetland are one of the more reasons this project has gotten more expensive. Are they mutually exclusive? Do we have to do one with the other, or can we delay the wetland portion and still do the wastewater treatment facility portion in order to make sure we meet legislation? Because that facility is no longer meeting legislation, so we kind of do something.
Both would have to be done concurrently.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just following along on those, do you have an idea of what the drop dead date would be? At what point we start construction that would be too late? Like if we started within a month, I don't know how long the construction schedule is.
We would, from my understanding in discussion with Magna, we would be okay within the next month, even potentially in the next 4. So that's really now starting to push it, and we would have to look at 2023 then to proceed into construction. Really, the next 1 to 4 months is really the limit.
Okay, thank you. I lean towards option 2.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. You obviously just spoke on this, but I just want to clarify. So if we were to go ahead with this project, it should not affect the potential AMWWP grant? Because here it says that it will, but then what you were just saying, I just want to make sure I'm understanding right, because that's a big factor for me.
And that's a good question. We're going to be in discussion with AT again in regards to the status of that grant and to have them provide further clarification. It's entirely up to AT, and so it can go one or the other way. I can't say one or the other. We're going to push for the fact that again, we need to meet certain regulatory requirements in terms of testing as set out by Alberta Environment Parks within a 12-month period. Henceforth, why construction needs to begin now so that we can have that portion of it built to provide that data. And we'll make that known, and Magna actually is in discussion with Alberta Transportation and their grant funding department, that portion of the department that deals with that, and making that clear. And we will have another meeting with them here over the next 2 weeks all three parties, Clearwater County, Magna, and Alberta Transportation, in regards to having that discussion and even more detail in making that clear to Alberta Transportation. So our hope is that will be taken into consideration, and that by starting construction sooner rather than later, that will not affect us in terms of getting that grant.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go to Councillor Swanson, please. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna add a little bit on to what Kurt was saying. For clarification of what my understanding was today when we were talking to the engineering firm, the upgrading the actual lagoon isn't gonna be a part of the AMWWP grant, because they're looking for more the innovative side, which is the receiving building in the wetlands. So their understanding through talking to Alberta Transportation, like I said, we're gonna meet all together, because we've talked to them both separately, is if we proceed with upgrading the lagoons themselves, which are not encompassed within the grant, it shouldn't affect getting the grant to do the remaining part, which the grant would encompass. However, I did receive an email from Alberta Transportation that did say to us that it would be hard to get it after, because then their perspective could be, she didn't say this, but that we do have the funding for it. So there is kind of a bit behind the scenes that, like we said, we're gonna get clarification and meet with it, but.
One question before I go to Councillor Swanson. I have heard different ministries mentioned here. I've heard Alberta Transportation, I've heard of Alberta Environment and Parks. Which ministry is deciding this grant, or is it a combined? I'm kind of interested in that. If I do lobbying efforts, I would like to be bending the right ear. Anyway.
Yeah, the granting comes through Alberta Transportation, and they have individuals that are strictly associated with issuing the grants, and it's through the Department of Alberta Transportation.
Thank you for that. Councillor Swanson, please.
Currently, the Leslieville Lagoon is currently operating as is. There's no real detriment or urgency to get under construction this year, correct?
It is operating and functioning fine. The caveat I will put to that is, again, that it is at the discretion of Alberta Environment Parks whether or not it will remain grandfathered, and they can at any time choose to make it known to us that, okay, you now need to upgrade it. We will no longer grandfather it. So there is always that possibility in the back of our minds. One way or another, it will need to be done. This lagoon needs to be upgraded, and as past council decided, is to upgrade it in such a manner that we can receive external hauling, make it into a treatment facility that allows us to accept external hauling, along with potentially tying in the other hamlets of Withrow, Alhambra, etc. Long and short of it, Councillor Swanson, it is functioning, but there's no guarantee as to how long Alberta Environment Parks will allow us to function in that manner.
Supplementary, please.
Just hearing the comments and everything, I am more, I guess I'm in line with Councillor Graham's suggestion just to hold off for a year, wait for the grant, the outcome of this grant, whether it be 1 million or 5 million or nothing, who knows, and start construction for 2023.
So that aligns, I believe, with item 2. Yes. Okay. I'm going to go down the line, and we've got some lights flashing, and I'm sorry I didn't know who was first, so I'm going to go with Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Oh, I just if there would be any value in maybe postponing or just tabling this for a couple of weeks till the next council meeting, or is this something that you guys need a decision on today? Or if there would be any valuable information that might be acquired over the next 2 weeks.
And that is totally at the council's discretion. Like I said, we are going to be in discussion with the funding department, Alberta Transportation, and the appropriate people there, along with Magna Engineering, and new information could arise at that time. Definitely, that's hard to say, but it is at council's discretion.
Thanks.
And Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I do not know anything about these systems, but being an innovative system, is this a type of system that we have experience with at all, or is this a completely new system to us?
It is and has been used in other parts of Canada. It's more so common in Europe and to a certain degree the US. There aren't as many of these types of systems within the province of Alberta or Canada as a whole. So yes and no in essence to your question. It is being used elsewhere, probably not as common as other mechanical treatment facilities.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. If we don't do the upgrade that's required and Environment and Parks comes over and says, no, you're no longer grandfathered, do they put a timeline on how long we have before will we be pinched for time to try to get one built and then be potentially sacrificing an even bigger budget in order to accomplish the no longer grandfathered system being rebuilt?
That is entirely at the discretion of Alberta Environment Parks in terms of providing us with the timeline on that. Hard to say.
Thank you.
Additional questions? I've heard some support for the concept around item 2 or essentially approving the engineering and construction as outlined in option 1, contingent on the application of the grant being successful. Any further discussion on that, or would somebody be willing to make a motion to one of the options that are before us? Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. I am still leaning towards option 3, and especially knowing that this is a new system, that way our staff could have time to, I'm sure they've done tons of research and are knowledgeable about it, but to have that extra time, if we approve the engineering and everything, we're locked in on this system, I believe. So I would kind of like to have options available for if we do potentially receive that grant when we move forward with it. Does that make sense?
Thank you. And I guess just for clarification, if that was an option chosen, I imagine we would need to go back into the RFP process at some, or tendering process at some later date, and these don't carry forward.
That is correct. It would have to be retendered, yes.
Great. Deputy Reeve.
Through your conversations that you're going to have over the next couple of weeks, I'm really interested to see what kind of information comes out of that, and if we can table this or postpone it till the next council meeting, just to get that little extra information and see what we're, the status of what information might come back, right? So that's.
So which information were you expecting to come back in a couple of weeks?
Well,
I'm just not exactly sure. I don't know if we would.
I think Deputy Reeve Northcott is, please correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy Reeve Northcott is looking at any further information that would potentially be gathered over the next couple of weeks in our meeting with Alberta Transportation in regards to where we potentially stand with the grant.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Perfectly said. Thank you.
And there is an expectation that that could occur in the next couple of weeks? Okay.
Yes.
Another option out there for you to consider, trying to work towards a consensus of council here. I'm going to go back to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. If we were to go with the option 3, like Councillor Graham alluded to, would the Innovates grant be lost because we don't have a system that we've committed to?
I would have to have that discussion with Magna Engineering and the appropriate organization that issued the grant and the conditions surrounding that grant.
Perfect, thank you.
So I'm hearing a bit of discussion here. One is we postpone for a couple of weeks, so we're setting a timetable. The other one is item 3 really is postponing indefinitely. Two different motions, I would believe. So still trying to build that consensus. Councillor Graham.
Thank you again, Reeve Wahid. I would agree with Deputy Reeve Northcott. I would like to see this come back after we have a little more information on the grant. That's a really big part of the decision for me.
Okay, so one opportunity there would be to table this decision for a period of time. I think Councillor Milhoff's light was first, and then I'll come back to Deputy Reeve.
He can go ahead.
Deputy Reeve.
I was just, if I could make a motion to table this item until the next council meeting.
Okay. That is the motion on the floor then. Any discussion around that item? Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? And I see that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brings us down to item 8.1, and I believe Ms. Serhan and Mr. Hagan are here, so I'll turn it across to Ms. Serhan.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm super excited to have this agenda item in front of you today. Typically what happens is it's a push to get financial statements approved for the May 1st deadline, and the restricted surplus transfers have to happen before the approval of the statement, so it always seems like a bit of a time crunch there, and I'm just really excited to talk about this item and the restricted surplus overall, and just spend some time helping council understand and answering any questions they have about their restricted surplus accounts. And yeah, I'm just really excited to get to do this and spend the time that I think it needs with council. Alana, do we have those documents, or did you pass them out already? Okay, so the documents that were passed out were the summary documents of the net transactions in and out of the various restricted surplus accounts. So just keep that handy throughout the discussion this afternoon. You will see that the balance for December 2020 is the audited balance. That is what is on the financial statements. We're going to go through the net change for 2021, detailed each transaction that is going either in or out of this out of the restricted surplus accounts, where the projected balance would end up in 2021, and then there are some decisions that council should consider about either reallocating funds that are in one account and maybe would be a better value to have them in a different account, or also there is a small annual surplus in 2021 that needs to be allocated above what was already budgeted to be allocated, and that's about $2.5 million. So let's get started. We're going to go through the PowerPoint. Sorry, I'm just going to bring it up on. Is that me or you? Okay, no, that's okay. I just want to get it up on my machine here. So again, these first few slides are going to talk about the terminology of reserve, restricted surplus, accumulated restricted surplus, annual restricted surplus. There's a lot of different terms that are being used, and I just want to make sure we have a clear understanding and definition of what each of those terms mean. So reserve, again, this is what we've typically called each account that is considered kind of a savings of funding for a project that's going to happen in the future. The actual definition of what a reserve is, a supply of a commodity not needed for immediate use but available if required. So it does not necessarily mean cash. Could be gravel, could be other inventory. So there's different things that are considered a reserve. Terminology has changed over the years, and currently what is being used is the term restricted surplus. So restricted surplus means dollars above what was being used now in the current year is an annual restricted surplus, or annual surplus. And then the accumulated surplus is the accumulation of all those surpluses that have happened over time to have your balance at the end of the current year. So it includes the current year surplus, but it also includes the past surpluses that have accumulated in each of those accounts. Again, restricted surplus is internally earmarked equity for future projects to sustain or enhance the quality of life for Clearwater County ratepayers. And why do municipalities internally restrict surplus? There are several reasons, but the largest reason by far is to offset future tax increases for large projects to maintain or build infrastructure. So that if you are, if a municipality is considering a large infrastructure project that would increase the tax rate substantially in a given year, what is probably better fiscal management is to put aside surpluses year over year in small amounts, not to increase the tax rate substantially one year over another. Unrestricted surplus, what's the difference between restricted and unrestricted surplus? So restricted surplus is surpluses that are earmarked or identified for specific uses, while unrestricted is used more like a contingency, available to use without a specific project or use in mind. What's the formula used to come up with a restricted or unrestricted surplus? So the formula for what is included in restricted surplus is all of the assets minus all of the liabilities at a certain point in time for the entity. It's also known as equity. And this is what we called accumulated restricted or accumulated surpluses. So it's been gathered over time, not just in this current fiscal year. And the definition of equity is the remaining value of an owner's interest in a company after all liabilities have been deducted. So in our case, it's not private industry, it's a municipality. And this is what we have been describing as the community purse. Equity equals assets minus liabilities. So what you own minus what you owe equals what the equity that you have left. There's a little example there of how you would compare that to kind of a personal equity. One of the things I wanted to talk about a little bit today is marrying the documents of your strategic plan to the capital planning project priority list. So we're just gonna go through this list, and these aren't questions that I expect answers to today. These are things that council should keep in mind as they're making decisions for the priorities on their 10-year capital planning list. Are the current projects the current priorities to accomplish what council sees as the strategic vision for Clearwater County? So council developed a strategic plan earlier this spring, and there was a vision that was kind of globally agreed upon as to how council sees this community move forward. And so the next steps will be, are the lists of capital projects going to accomplish that goal or that vision that was set forward in your strategic plan? So what are the steps to identify if these projects are oh, this is the wrong slide. Sorry, just. I'm just going to email you a different slide, Alana, and if you can put that one up instead, please. just sent it. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for bearing with me. As much as I like to think this is a leisurely pace to put this stuff together, it wasn't, but at least we get to take the time to go over it. So the second question is, what are the steps to identify if these projects are aligning with the strategic planning documents? And who should be involved in determining if the current 10-year capital plan contains the projects that marry the capital plan to the strategic plan and accomplishes the vision with the most value for Clearwater County and its stakeholders? How do maintaining services fit with the current strategic vision for Clearwater County? And finally, do the funds set aside in restricted surplus reflect the aligned priorities to the strategic plan? So I think there's a lot of work to do between now and accomplishing the vision that was set out in the strategic plan. But this is one of the steps that needs to happen in order to do that. And it's a little bit like putting the cart before the horse, but I think it's always good to have the end goal in mind when you're thinking about working through these steps. So even though we don't know the answers to some of these questions yet, it's good to keep these thoughts or questions in your minds when you're trying to decide what are the priorities for the restricted surplus amounts, which accounts and which projects should be identified for funding as we move through the next year or two until these planning documents and steps can happen to determine what are the projects that best meet the needs to accomplish the strategic planning vision that Council did this spring. Thanks, Lana. So we can go back to the PowerPoint now. Oh, that's okay. And the next slide is just more about my bearing with me as I work through the different steps, and sometimes I call years by the wrong year, and here might be a little bit of why. So to get to this list of transfers, this is the order it follows. So the budget for 2021 identified surplus transfers in December of 2020. And then budget adjustments for surplus transfers in relation to carry forwards from 2020 into 2021 happened in April of 2021. And then the budget for 2022 surplus transfers with updated 2021 estimates during the budget for 2022 in December of 2021. And then the actual surplus transfers happened for 2021 in this case in June, which would usually happen in April. So we're going through 3 years of budgets, estimates, and actuals to come up with what happens at the end of a fiscal year. And sometimes it gets confusing as to what happens in what year, but it is in chronological order. It just because the year end happens after budget for the previous year or for the next year is sometimes tricky. So the next slide is, oh, sorry, I have this. Oops. So restricted and unrestricted surplus calculation for the Clearwater County draft statements. So the amount of assets in the draft statements, which will be coming to you to a future council meeting for approval. The assets are at 132. This is financial assets at $132 million. Liabilities at just under 23 million. When you take them, minus them from the assets, the accumulated surplus is sitting at $109 million at the end of December 31st, 2021. Oops. And again, the next slide is just a more detailed look at the numbers of what is considered financial assets, what's considered liabilities, and where the restricted and unrestricted surplus sits currently before any of the decisions are made today. So the first restricted, any questions before we get into the actual restricted surplus accounts? Okay, so start with the first one, and that's the work in progress restricted surplus. No. Okay, I'm just gonna get my details up here. So in the work in progress, you'll see numerous projects that have either started in 2021, maybe they started in 2020 and still haven't been completed by the end of 2021, or maybe even 2019. So there's quite a list of projects that get started and for one reason or another do not get completed. So a good example is the equipment for the fire halls, and right now I think it's close to over 20 months before they can get a piece of equipment in their hands from the moment they order it. And that's due to a lot of things, but I think mostly it's the supply of the pieces that because these pieces of equipment need to be built to certain specifications, and the supply of the pieces of equipment that need to go on is just not as readily available as it used to be. Other things are Leslieville East base pave. There's just a small amount that was left over from the budget for 2021, and we will carry that forward to be added to the budget that's already been identified for 2022. And the reason we do that is so that we don't tax the tax base more than once for a project that they've already been taxed for. So it was already included in the list of projects for 2021, and if it didn't get completed, we're just gonna take the funds that were taxed in 2021 and move them into 2022 so that there's no need to requisition any additional dollars to complete that project. County facilities. This restricted fund is designed to build resources to gradually have the funds to have strategically placed facilities to provide services efficiently to Clearwater County ratepayers. Current deposits to this fund include $1.5 million annually, and that has been happening since 2017. And any additional rental income earned from any of the properties owned by Clearwater County. This fund would be used for significant upgrades, purchases of new builds of any facility. 2021 allocations include rental income, facility construction transfer of $1.5 million, and the transfer of the Leslieville Public Services Building allocation of $2 million that was in the work in process reserve or restricted surplus account. And what happened is that that building was completed using MSI grant funding. So the funding that was in restricted surplus from the facility restricted surplus account wasn't used for that purpose, and so then you'll see that being transferred back into that restricted surplus account. So the balance, estimated balance for December 31st, 2021 is $11,306,500. And so also we're in the actual rental income for 2021 was higher than typical, was budgeted for $200,000, and our rental income was $568,000. Tax rate stabilization. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Division 1, please.
Sorry, thank you. Just before we move to the next slide, the Leslieville Public Services Building restricted surplus. That building is now built and completed. How do we close that? Like, we don't need that account anymore, do we?
No, so that's moving those funds into the county facilities restricted surplus.
Okay, so the
it can be
Leslieville
used-
one's
right,
gone now.
Right, so that fund, those dollars will be moved into the county facilities restricted surplus account to be utilized for any facility.
Perfect, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. Tax rate stabilization. From 2009 until 2021, this fund has grown from 3.8 million to 12.9. Councils of past and present see the potential collapse of the oil and gas assessment in Clearwater County, which funds approximately 85 to 90% of the tax revenue. This fund was created to buffer the future declines in these assessments. And you can see over the past several years how that could happen quite quickly. However, by the time the financial statements are done for 2021, most of those past outstanding oil and gas taxes from 2019 and 20, when the companies were struggling, have been collected. So even though there was some difficulty in those years, Clearwater County has been very fortunate to have recovered from those requisitions not being collected as timely as we would have liked. However, they did end up being collected. We didn't have to write off nearly as much as we anticipated we might. So deficits in the past several years were projected to come out of this restricted surplus, which with unexpected revenue in the form of grants, oil and gas, well drilling tax, and for the most part have helped to fund these projected deficits, and withdrawals have remained unnecessary, including the withdrawal that was estimated for 2021 at $1.5 million. So administration recommends bringing the balance of this restricted surplus account down to $10 million from the 12.9 that it's sitting at currently. Nordegg Development. This fund was created as a due from account. Anytime there was development of any kind, it was taken from this fund that was done in Nordegg. This usually put Nordegg in a due to the county scenario. Once lots were sold, those funds are credited back into the account to offset the cost of development in Nordegg. So the reason that they're usually in a due to the county is because it takes funds to create those developments, and then by the time they're completely sold, there's typically been more development right on its heels. So with the exception of using some MSI funds to supplement funding for the sanitary system in Nordegg, the lot sales have funded most of the development there. Even with the construction of the Nordegg Historic Core, the balance of that restricted surplus is projected to be due to the county of $2.2 million at the end of 2021. The lot sales were strong in 2021 and are still strong already into 2022, offsetting more than the development costs in the last 2 years. The Municipal Recreation and School. So this is a legislated restricted surplus account that if there are developments that choose not to provide green spaces within the boundaries of their developments, they can pay a fee to the county. And when the county has a large enough store of funds, they can create a larger green space that is accessible to the entire municipality. There's legislation surrounding what these funds can be spent on. And this is also where council placed the matching funds for the new school builds in Leslieville and Condor in 2018. And the amount that the council's put in there was $1 million. So at the end of 2021, the balance of this account is sitting at $1,328,765. Obviously, $1 million of that is not legislatively required to be spent on specific items. But $328,000 of it, there are legislated requirements on what that can be spent on. This funding could be used for the Leslieville Rec Ground project. North Saskatchewan River Park, we've newly named this the trail projects. The completion of the North Saskatchewan River Park intersection frees up a portion of the money set aside for that purpose to be allocated to something else. One suggestion is trail projects within the county. So this is something that council should have a discussion on and decide if that is what they would like to see this money allocated for or not. There was 900 and, let me find it specifically. There was $900,000 in there at the end of 2020, with $330,000 coming out in 2021 to fund that intersection, or the county's portion of that intersection, leaving $570,000 in there to be reallocated. Broadband. The broadband fund has grown consistently over the last few years, topping out at $13.3 million at the end of 2020. In 2021, $11,391,000 was spent, and a grant was received for phase 6 of the broadband project, and will decrease the amount of funding that will need to come out of the broadband restricted surplus account by just over $2 million. The balance remaining is just under $4.3 million, and it's available to fund future work, being the work that's happening in 2022, along with some of the rest of the grant funding to fund those projects in their entirety for 2022. The airport. Regionally, it's been seen as a priority of the partnership to replace the airport terminal building. Since that time, there has been a major change of the individuals involved in the partnership committees regarding the airport, and strategic planning documents have been updated for both partners. It is recommended that plans that fall out of the strategic planning documents guide the process for this project. Currently, there's $980,000 set aside in a restricted surplus account waiting for a decision regarding this project. Fire-related facilities, training, and apparatus. So the fire facilities have been funded at $300,000 annually, and that means that $300,000 annually go into the restricted surplus account for fire facilities. The county owns 3 fire halls or public services buildings, new ones, Nordegg, Condor, and Leslieville. They've been built for a 50 to 80 year lifespan, and the fire facility restricted surplus account is sitting at $601,000. Fire training facility funds were earned by paid-on-call firefighters when deployed for previous wildfire seasons. These funds were earmarked for a training facility construction in 2021 and 2022. At the end of 2021, there has been enough income earned through deployment to cover the entire construction so far. The balance currently is at, I bet I mixed those two up. Just hang on. They can't both be sitting at the exact same amount, could they? Yeah, the fire training restricted surplus account is sitting at $154,162. With planned construction, is it happening in 2022 or 2023, Eric? The additional construction for the fire training facility? I just don't remember. Is it happening this year or next year? This year? 2022. So if there aren't enough funds to cover the entire construction by the end of 2022, the additional funding would come from the fire facilities restricted surplus account. The Fire Apparatus Fund is the one that supports the purchase of the large apparatus for Clearwater County's portion of the regional fire service. The fund is being built with $700,000 allocated annually. The balance of this fund at the end of 2021 is just over $2.9 million. And there are several planned withdrawals in future years. And with inflation and supply issues, Director Haggard is recommending increasing the annual transfer to $800,000. ICP recovery funding, formerly known as disaster or emergency funding. This fund is currently capped at $2 million to mitigate any unexpected immediate costs to respond to a high-level emergency. The decision for this was made with the new provincial government disaster funding that would kick in for any high-level emergency once costs were calculated. This amount may need to be reevaluated, but this is where it's been at historically. The Public Works Vehicles and Equipment. So this fund was renamed, and in 2015 it was called Public Works Capital, and there were funds added into this surplus account in anticipation of expanding the then current Public Works shop that was attached to this building, or having funds to either construct or purchase a new administration building. Subsequently, the salt and sand facility in Caroline used funds from this restricted surplus allocation, and additional allocations have been accumulating at $150,000 annually. And that's been more for the larger equipment that Public Works purchases from time to time. The allocations have been used to purchase, like loaders or graders. If no reallocation of funds takes place, the balance at the end of 2021 is $5.9 million. And Director Magnus came up with a list of the larger equipment that would need to be funded through this restricted surplus account in the next 9 years. Do you want to speak to that right now, or do you want to?
Yeah. So as Rhonda had indicated, there are typically this restricted surplus is put towards the larger pieces of equipment, and what we're looking at over the next 9 years obviously is the one being the plow trucks. So as per our equipment maintenance and replacement policy, following that policy and abiding by that policy, we replace our plow trucks at a certain number of years / hours. So in essence, we're looking at the replacement of 9 plow trucks over the next 9 years. Okay, and that alone is just a little over $3.6 million to replace those plow trucks. Along with that, we're looking at the replacement of a packer in 2026, and that is just currently sitting at about $900,000 for that. We do have 2 graders that we replace every 5 years. We have them on a 5-year warranty, and that is typically when we do replace them too, and at about that time they reach their number of hours. So it's interesting how this seems to work out. So there we replace those 2 graders every 5 years, and so we're looking at a replacement of approximately $635,000 per grader, or just a little over $2.5 million over the next 4 years, over a period of 4 years in the next 9 years, 10 years to replace those. We also have a solid waste landfill dozer. That's a rather large item. Right now it's projected to be replaced in 2028 at $750,000. Landfill packer in 2029, projected replacement date at $1.2 million. Also a landfill scraper in 2029 as well at $1.2 million. And then in 2023, we're looking at a replacement of our stacker that we use, just like that one up there on the screen, much along that line, and that is to be replaced at a cost of $540,000.
So if we average out the allocations for that restricted surplus in 9 years or 10 years, it's at $9 million?
Yeah, if we include the plow trucks in there, we're looking at a total of just a little over $12.5 million over the next 9 years.
So even if we average that out over 10 years, that's $1.2 million that would need to go into that restricted surplus in 10 years. So considering that there's 5.9 in there, we could, $150,000 annually isn't going to keep up with what needs to come out of that restricted surplus. in the next 9 years.
I guess a question I would have, as you look forward or as you budget forward, I'm sure you're anticipating an increase in the cost of you buying one every year for 9 years, for instance. I imagine, would you expect in year 9 is a much higher cost than you expect in year 1? Would that be fair to assume that as part of this?
Yes, you're absolutely correct, Reeve Lougheed. The numbers I gave you was an average for that period of time, but yes, we put in the anticipated cost increase given the current scenario and where we're going in regards to inflation and parts and just prices on equipment. So yeah, to the best of our ability, our fleet equipment supervisor, Mr. Scott Bertel, has accounted for that and those cost increases over the next 9 years.
Thank you.
Public Works Capital Restricted Surplus Account, this fund began in 2019 with additions for the funding of access roads of $200,000 and the carry forward of the 2019 industrial commercial land development project that hasn't moved forward yet. There are plans to add an additional $1 million to fund the industrial commercial land development in 2021, 2022, and 2023. This would bring the fund to $3.8 million at the end of 2023. Gravel and gravel reclamation. So there's 2 separate restricted surplus accounts. One is for the purchase of land to develop gravel, and the other one is for reclamation. The one to purchase land for gravel is so that there is strategically placed gravel stores throughout the entire county, and currently there is still lacking gravel in that northeast portion of the county. So there still is some land that would need to be purchased in that northeast part of the county to have what, strategically placed gravel stores throughout the county. The gravel reclamation fund is being funded reserves, and decreases are made at the same amount of reclamation being expensed in any fiscal year. So currently this fund sits at $5.6 million, and it has been quite some time since there has been a study done on are we keeping up with our reclamation? Are we falling behind? Is reclamation costs increasing? Likely. Nothing seems to be decreasing. And I think it would be prudent to have Public Works engage someone to do just a calculation of the value of what currently is outstanding for reclamation. I think it's been about 15 years since we did this, so it would be good to kind of see what kind of ground is open and the county is responsible for reclaiming it back to its natural state. Once we have that study done, council could look at reallocating funds possibly if there is excess in there, but we wouldn't know that until after that study had been done. Resource roads, this sits at $5 million, waiting for the 2/3 partners for what has typically been how the county funds resource roads.
And there's a question from Councillor Milhoff.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to back up to the fire HQ because I don't believe we discussed it.
Yeah. So in the past, the HQ vehicles, which is the rapid response and the equipment that is used by the permanent full-time staff that are employed through the regional fire, was funded at a different allocation than the rest of the equipment for the fire services. With the new fire services agreement, those have become the responsibility of Clearwater County, and it's been recommended that we move I think it's $160,000 that's in that reserve just to the fire equipment reserve. So just let me find that, sorry. Oh, it was sitting at 0 at the end of 2020, that's why we didn't come across it. I'm just closing that restricted surplus account and having the annual allocations go into what's called the fire apparatus restricted surplus account. It's currently been at 130,000 or 140,000 annually going in there for those vehicles.
Okay, so on our sheet, it shows is just shy of 10,000. That will be removed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, is that in 2022? Yeah, I'll look at what that transaction is in 2022 for 9,350. Yeah, okay, thank you. Resource roads. Paved roads. At the end of 2021, the restricted surplus will be sitting at 10,775,000. There are projects in the following years where either new pavement or asphalt overlay projects are being funded through this surplus account. There's 3 projects in 2023 and 1 in 2024, with no additional surpluses being identified for this account. And that would leave the balance of this restricted surplus account at just over $1.2 million. Typically, this account has been sitting at what it would cost for 1 year's asphalt overlay program, just to ensure that if the pricing was conducive, that Clearwater County would be able to take advantage of good pricing on their asphalt overlay if necessary. West Country Road restricted surplus, this is to support industry in the West Country, and additional surpluses are being identified and allocated here at $300,000 annually. Ag recreation, so this is a restricted surplus account that funds were being placed here, with the last addition being in 2018. And it brought this restricted surplus account up to $4 million.
I have a question from Councillor Miller.
Yep. Thank you, Reeve. This question is probably actually for Public Works. With regards to the paving projects, we have the 10-year capital plan. We know what projects we're going to be doing. Is there a way for you to give us an idea if we were to space out putting money into that account over the next 10 years to ensure that those projects are covered? Could you tell us what that number might look like so that we have an idea? That we were essentially paying ourselves for a project coming in 10 years?
Yeah, so the number we're using right now, based on our current paving priorities for base pave. Now, a small correction I will put into this slide. The 2024, the $3.3 million looks like it was from the asphalt overlay, which wasn't to be funded from restricted surplus. That was tax levy. So all the asphalt overlay projects that we've identified for the next, in perpetuity, has all been tax levy. Only the base pave projects have been identified to come from the paving reserve. So as it sits today, we have enough funding to basically facilitate all of our current planned base pave projects with that reserve that we have today. If this council wishes to expand on that paving inventory to get more base pave projects or more surface road inventory, then that's what I would say, $1 million a kilometer plus inflation right now, which we're gonna say is a spike, let's say 15% on top of that, then we'd like to think that should level out. But if we had set out a plan for what we wanted to see for additional surfacing, then we could provide additional funds. But it isn't lost what Mr. Ann said about that we usually keep that reserve in a healthy scenario, because in the fact that if we actually do get a sharp decrease in paving cost for 1 year, so that way we could actually take advantage of, so normally we do 23 kilometers per year. That was just part of our maintenance schedule. If we had seen really good pricing, then we could actually double up that program, cover up some more roads in that, to basically satisfy the following year. That's why that reserve has always been kind of set at, to do a minimum of our asphalt overlay programs. So a little bit of versatility with that budget line, or that restricted surplus.
I just was concerned that if it, at the end of 2024, is sitting at, 1.2 million, that's maybe only a kilometer of pavement. So just wanted to make sure we were keeping up.
No, absolutely. I would recommend that budget doesn't drop below $5 million.
Thank you.
Ag recreation. The annual additions to this account were being placed here, with the last being in 2018 of $340,000, and it brought this restricted surplus account to $4 million. There's been many discussions over the years of contributing to an ag rec facility. Funds were used from this account in 2020 for the purchase of rec lands in Caroline, and this fund currently sits at just over $3.7 million, with a placeholder of spending this amount in 2024. Municipal sewer. So you heard about that just before this. So available in the regional restricted surplus account, and there's an additional restricted surplus account that houses any additional funds that are over and above what it costs to operate. So if the fees for Leslieville sewer, if over the year there's $50,000 and it costs $30,000 to operate that facility, then the $20,000 would get put into this restricted surplus account, so that those dollars would be used to upgrade any capital improvements on those sewer systems. So the combination of the two of those is sitting at $10,159,000. Bridge infrastructure. Clearwater County has 173 bridge structures. They previously belonged to the province, and the declining condition and subsequent replacement fell on the province's plate. Recently, the province, I should update this slide. It's not recently. It's, it's going on more than 5 years, closer to 10, that the province has wavered on funding bridge structures that Clearwater County thought was a priority. So if they're funding them, they choose the priority. And subsequently, they stopped funding most structures at all for a few years. Recently, the province has put more dollars into the municipal bridge structures, and every dollar has been appreciated for sure. At the end of 2021, the bridge deficit restricted surplus account sits at $13.6 million. Subsequent projects funded through this account are 2022, $6.8 million, and that's not just one. Typically, that's 4 to 5 bridge structures. 2023 might only be one, I'm not sure. $2.5 million. Leaving this fund at $4.3 million after the projects in the next 3 years, 2 years. And then, of course, the restricted surplus accounts held for what was previously known as regional waste. So the Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Authority dissolution is having a large impact on the preparation on the financial statements for Clearwater County for 2021. Once these calculations are finalized and funds dispersed to the joint partners, the county's financial statements can be completed for 2021. From that point on, the county will have the responsibility for waste for the stakeholders for the entire region. The 2 restricted surplus accounts that will now be held by the county that probably won't change much for waste will be the leachate restricted surplus account and the cell development. You'll still have to put money aside for leachate for the years that there's an excessive amount of rain, and cells will still need to be developed. And with the landfill falling on the county's portfolio, that cell development will also fall to Clearwater County. The TCA, or the Tangible Capital Asset Restricted Surplus balance, will be rolled into the Public Works Vehicles and Equipment Restricted Surplus. And so let me see what it's sitting at. It was sitting at $731,000 at the end of 2020, so that money would go into the Public Works Vehicles and Equipment Restricted Surplus unless council decided otherwise. I guess there wasn't a slide for the GIS restricted surplus, but GIS puts, Clearwater County puts money aside every year to smooth out the requisition required to do mapping and flyovers for the map updates. I know GIS is working on alternative methods for updating those aerial photos, so currently that restricted surplus is sitting at $180,000. With plans being spent to partner with some neighboring municipalities in 2022 for new images.
And a question from Division 1, please.
Thank you, Reeve. There's a spot here saying core infrastructure at 3 million. What are we looking at there? And there's another one with
Those
SAR
were
reserve.
identified, yeah, there were projects identified in 2021 to utilize that core infrastructure in 2022. That restricted surplus account will be zero at the end of 2022.
Okay. And then the SAR equipment reserve?
Yes, there's a recommendation from Director Hager to move that into the fire apparatus or back into unrestricted to be reallocated due to Clearwater County already dissolving the partnership on purchasing equipment for that organization, I guess. The responsibility for those equipment purchases have been falling on SAR, and Clearwater County does fund SAR annually with a grant also. So.
Additional
Yes,
question?
please. So the 800 that Director Haggard is recommending, because it being moved from 700 to 800, that $100,000 is, she's wanting to move that from the SAR equipment reserve to be moved
Well,
into
not
that.
necessarily. I think she's hoping that the annual contribution would increase to 800,000. So that would happen it could happen in your discussions for any reallocations or the allocation of the additional surplus of 2.5 in 2021. And then a decision would need to be made if that was also going to happen in 2022 or subsequently wait until the 2023 budget documents to do that, if it's decided at all.
Okay, so that $100,000 that is there is going to be moved into.
It's just, well, wherever council chooses to put it, we would move it into unrestricted, and then council would reallocate it wherever they felt their priority was.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So the unrestricted surplus, these are identified as not having a specific project or purpose. They can be used for contingency or unexpected operating costs, or subsequently be moved into a restricted surplus account. Any accumulated surpluses that aren't allocated are just automatically called unrestricted. So next steps. Remember, changes aren't made overnight. It is hard to change from how things have always been done. Decision, does council want to marry the strategic plan to the future capital projects and current levels of service? Is this something that council would like to move forward on? Planning is key. Do we put projects where we want them to fit, just to move them forward, or do we plan and debate which projects move the ultimate vision forward first and then have the projects fall out of that discussion? But for today, the decisions that need to be made is to approve the current accumulated surplus into projects that are most likely a priority that will fit with council's decision, then move forward with further planning for marrying those documents together. That's it for my PowerPoint presentation. So I guess council would need to discuss, I summarized kind of what decisions need to be made by council today. So tax rate stabilization. How does council feel about bringing that down to 10 million from the 12.8 million that's available there currently? The public works vehicles and equipment, do we increase that 150,000 to an annual amount that would see that account be utilized for the larger piece of equipment that need to happen, purchases that need to happen over the next 10 years? And do we just leave the funds that are there so that those annual transfers don't have to be as high, or do we make the annual transfers higher and reallocate that to something that's more pressing currently? Earmark rec, school, and municipal restricted surplus account for the Leslieville rec projects, possibly, or something else. Earmark the remaining of the North Saskatchewan River Park intersection restricted surplus dollars for the beginning of the trail projects restricted surplus, or into a different priority that council sees. Remove fire headquarters restricted surplus, which is already reflected in your documents. Remove the search and rescue, which is already reflected in your documents. Remove the regional waste equipment account and move it to the public works vehicles and equipment account, which has already been reflected. Not that you can't change any of those are just ones I put in because they were small. Allocate the additional surplus above budget amount of $2.5 million. So those are the ones that need immediate attention, and then how to move forward to marry those documents together, the strategic plan. Oh, Director Hansen?
Mr. Hansen, and then I'm going to go to Councilors Graham and Milhoff. But Mr. Hansen, please.
No, I can see the depth of conversations is about to really transfer to that side of the table. I just want to get three outlying projects updates, I guess, in relation to the reserve schedule versus kind of, bringing it back to the forefront for a quick discussion. First one I want to start with was the West Country Roads. We did identify a project in 2024. So it's in Council's 10-year capital plan. We'd estimated that it was a kind of a shot in the dark at about 1.5. We've recently done some detailed design work on that project, and it has doubled in cost. That was the next 5 kilometers of the North Fork Road. So we're estimating that project to be $3 million in 2024. So as Mr. Rand there alluded to, we actually put $300,000 a year as from, it's a policy-driven account. So there's a couple options there that council can consider. We just postpone the project until it's funded, through the same means. We grab a different priority that fits more within the budget, within that timeline, or we bump up the allocation there, or we just find additional funding sources for that time. There's numerous different things to go, even though there's numerous paths that we can take on that project. But I just wanted to bring that to council's attention, actually, that we were going to expend that entire budget in 2024, but that's only, it's underfunded. And that's kind of the theme I have for my next two items as well. So I'm gonna bring them to the front as well. This is kind of like my hands up here for when you're dishing out money. No, kidding aside. So resource roads, we've talked about it now for 6 years, about a single project there that we've identified as having our third, which I'm gonna say we don't quite have our third. If we are truly committed to, the price point on that project, for the O'Cheese Road example, I think it's safe to say $18 million. Our third would be 6. We've funded it around 4.8, 4.9, so we're still $1 million shy. So if we were to move forward with the project, we are underfunded slightly, so that money would have to come from another reserve or tax. So If you're looking at that project to be a true third, if you want to be funded, to be not underfunded, $6 million would be the number for that, if that was still the priority. We can talk about that another day as well. And I'd be loath to not to discuss the ASB reserve sitting at $4 million. You know, we have that project identified in 2024, and that project was identified as 12 million. So incredibly underfunded there. So as you're considering reallocating funds, or if you have a project in mind or want to have that money available, that would be another one that needs to be seriously considered. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Just the one project that you mentioned that stood out in my head was the rec school and municipal reserve fund, to allocate some of that to the Leslieville rec. I would definitely be in favor of that. I think that community needs a play area for all those kiddos there, and I think that would be really great for that community and important to it.
Thank you. And Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'd like to see us put more dedicated funding into the public works equipment, so we don't have a massive hit of let's buy graders and all of the things, the equipment that we need to buy in $150,000 a year is not buying a $1 million grader. So I think it's important that we look at a policy in general, similar to I believe it's a policy on the fire apparatus for funding that particular equipment. That equipment is just as important. The public works equipment is just as important. Fire trucks can't get to a fire if the roads aren't built. We can't get to town to go to work if the roads aren't built. So we need to fund that equipment too, and potentially look at policies for funding that. You mentioned the ASB building. I would love to see us reopen up an allocation yearly, push that project. Obviously, we're not going to be ready for 2024, period. We're not ready for 2024. But if we start allocating money back to that fund, we can potentially be ready in 5, 7, later going forward. So I would love to see us open that up. I don't necessarily want it called an ag rec building. Just a community building. If it's focused around ag, great, but we haven't entirely established what that building is going to be for, and I don't think it's appropriate that we simply call it an ag rec building, because I don't necessarily believe that that's what it's going to be. But that's where my thoughts are so far.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
My question is for Mr. Magnus. You identified some landfill equipment that's going to be needing replaced in the future. Will your study that is coming forward this fall identify some of that need for that capital equipment, or will we be needing less?
Yes, in regards to the equipment at the landfill, that equipment is needed regardless. So however, in whatever manner the recommendations are associated with that solid waste and recycling master management plan study, the landfill will always be there, so those pieces of equipment will be needed regardless. Now, having said that, you made an excellent point, Councillor Swanson, in regards to the study itself. That study will bring forward any further capital requirements in regards to infrastructure. So we will need to keep that in mind as well. And of course, our intent is to bring that study and the recommendations associated with that study to the September Strategic Planning Committee of the whole meeting. And at that time, that needed infrastructure will be identified in regards to the recommendations put forward in terms of how we as a county move forward in the solid waste and recycling programs that are currently in place, and how to make those efficient, which could potentially entail adding on to the transfer stations already there, or potentially removing some and building upon others in terms of expanding. So yes, excellent point. That is something definitely that needs to be considered at that time in regards to funding and where that funding is going to come from.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Sorry. I'm struggling to find something on a restricted surplus basis, and maybe it's because we haven't created one in the past. Maybe we should, and I'm trying to find, and I know it falls under Ag and Community Services, and that is what we do for our communities and the possible P3 partnerships that could happen in the future. And I mean, we've identified this as all for county funding, but should we be identifying a restricted surplus or restricted fund strictly for community possible P4 or P3 projects going forward? I know we are going to be limited in regards to our new LGFF that's coming, and I see more opportunities to partner, and maybe we should just have a restricted fund to where our community, we can draw those particular funds for, and I'd love your ideas on that, please.
I guess back to what we've kind of discussed in the past about this being a community purse, right? And council deciding how they see this community moving forward. And I see this being only one of the things that needs to fall out of those planning documents for what are the priorities that will help council's vision come to fruition. Because and where do the current levels of service fit in that plan? Because we can't just stop paving the roads that we've already got paved to build a vision of this community, because those funds still are required, or else we'll lose that investment. So it's like I said, it's a lot of work, and it's a big change to have projects fall out of the vision instead of trying to fit the projects into the vision, right? So I think there's a lot of work that needs to happen, but ultimately, right now, all we need to do, or all council needs to do, is decide where those immediate needs are. What are the immediate needs over the next 12 to 24 months? And ensure that we are moving forward, keeping the level of service that council requires, and that the ratepayers are expecting, I guess. And, but I don't necessarily think the way that the county's been doing things in the past is the way we need to do them moving forward. I think we need to figure out which of those projects are a priority to help advance the community, instead of just, picking them as they come to the table.
And I think I might just comment here too, and I think Councillor Swanson did touch on it. As we transition from one transfer payment, MSI, to the LGFF, it does have a component that is tied in also with resources, what the resource base is doing at the time. So I think it will take some flexibility within our I think really our restricted surplus has the ability to cushion any of those changes that we don't really anticipate fully at this moment, and will allow us to keep our service levels consistent over the next number of years, as long as we've put in the right thought into the right restricted surplus. And I think there is always opportunity to come back and reallocate.
Absolutely.
At a different point in time. It's our best guess right now, but we do have that ability to reallocate if we're coming up short somewhere, and it's additional questions. Go ahead, please, Ms. Sirhan. Oh, sorry, Deputy Reeve.
I know there's more and more discussion all the time with the amalgamation talks and dissolution with Caroline and stuff like that. I was just wondering if there was the idea of maybe having a fund to be able to, like, I think it's going to probably become a reality in the future. I don't know when, but to have a fund to assist that when that day was to come. Or there's mechanical upgrades for the lagoon. There's water and sewer for the light industrial park. Probably, not sure what the status is on the fire services building for the fire hall, but there will be probably a significant investment that'll need to be made there.
I think that was identified 2 years ago, the creation of the core infrastructure restricted surplus, and then it was decided to utilize those funds for infrastructure that was required within Clearwater County in 2022, and then possibly add additional funds there for any core infrastructure that would be required upon amalgamation. And, funding of those projects would have to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. There are other resources and tools that can be utilized to fund those projects.
So, Ms. Serhan, yeah, anything additional here?
No,
I guess what I'm looking for is, there's been a number of suggestions for priorities. Is that helpful to you now, or do you need something else?
Yeah, I think specifically the tax rate stabilization fund, there needs to be a decision made on where you see that fund capping at. And if it's at the 12.9 million and you want to wait until after the projects that are identified as priorities to move your vision forward, and then that's a decision that can be made also. But the additional $2.5 million surplus that was above budget for 2021 will need to be allocated.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeves. So you need a motion to that effect?
Yes.
Then I would motion that the tax rate stabilization fund is capped at $10 million.
Okay, any discussion around that motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
So now there will be about $5.5 million that can be allocated to other restricted surplus accounts. And there will need to be motions made on which accounts those surpluses should be allocated to.
Councillor Swanson, please.
Yeah, I'll make I would like to see the resource road for Ochis up that extra $1 million for sure. I would really like to have that particular done in this term. And in regards to the public works vehicle balance, that should be up at least another, I'll just say another 2 million, 2.5 million. So I'll leave the other 1.5 million up to the rest of council.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we have separate motions there, or
they can all be in the same motion as long as they're,
okay.
As long as I guess.
Yeah. Separate motions? Would you prefer?
So, just so we have clarity, we need to know what the motion is before us, and then maybe if we can pick them off one at a time, that allows some discussion, if we're giving an indication of where that may be proposed to go.
Okay, well, then I'll make a motion to have the resource road up 1 million to 6 million for the Ochis Road.
Okay. Questions around that? I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Sorry, I had my button on for
before, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff, questions relating to that?
No, I agree. If we're gonna do it as a partnership, we would be good partners if we showed that we were available for our portion.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Additional discussions of direction for the, oh, I'm sorry. I missed you. Did you vote in favor or against?
I was going to vote opposed.
Okay, so let the record show that there was one opposed. Sorry? Yeah, I guess, sorry, the 4.5 million. I'll go to Councillor Graham, because her light was on.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would like to make a motion that council moves $100,000 to the fire apparatus.
Okay. Discussion around that. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Does that become a continual yearly basis? Because it was my understanding that Director Haggart was wanting that increased on a yearly basis. So that would now be an $800,000 continual, or does that need to happen in a policy?
That would be council's discretion. If they put that in the motion, then that's how it would be.
So would you be making a friendly amendment to that motion, or?
I would be very open to friendly amendments. Yeah, I was getting a little ahead of myself. So the 700,000 is already going in. We don't need anything for that on an annual basis. Can I make a friendly amendment that?
It's your own motion, you can amend it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make the friendly amendment that that's an annual.
And increase the annual allocation to 800,000?
Yes.
That
Can that all be part of one motion, or?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion, is there clarity around there? We're basically asking to increase a $700,000 annual to $800,000. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. I would just comment that I get weekly calls, if not daily calls sometimes, on the ag-rec facility. So I would like to see that there was originally capped at $4 million. I would like to see an annual allocation to that of $500,000, continuing forward without a cap.
And any of these restricted surpluses identified that needs to be reallocated, moved there also, or just, so 500,000 in 2021? I guess is my question.
I was thinking kind of the same thing as we stalled that and we capped it at $4 million. I'm looking at
500,000 going in.
Building that by that until we reach a point where we have a clear plan for that type of facility.
Okay.
Discussion on that motion. Deputy Reeve. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Literally was about to make the exact same motion. We know it's going to cost significantly more than the $4 million. Do we also need to request that administration bring back options for actual movement in the 10-year capital plan, knowing that it will not be ready in 2024?
I think we can do that in the budget documents or in the strategic planning committee meeting that will happen for the capital project planning for the 2023 budget.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion on that motion? All those in favor then? And those opposed? That is carried. Further comments, suggestions relating to the surplus? I'll go with Deputy Reeve Northcott first.
For surplus, what would be the sort of, what would be left for a surplus?
4 million, yeah.
And that would be.
That's with reallocating the 2.9 that was in this tax rate stabilization fund, right? So,
have we drawn on that tax rate stabilization? No. And I know it's sometimes been treated as kind of a cushion for everything else. But ultimately, yeah, I think that does allow us more flexibility as we're reallocating the surplus here.
yeah, so the actual additional surplus above the budget was $2.5 million. And then the reallocation, with the motion to cap the tax rate stabilization at 10 million, there's $2.9 million that needs to be reallocated out of that there to bring that down to 10 million. So we've, council's allocated 1 million to the resource road restricted surplus and 100,000 to the fire apparatus and 500,000 to the ag-rec facility restricted surplus or whatever we decide to call that. So that leaves about $4 million.
That would fund a lot of for the seniors housing project in Caroline.
Now that, we don't actually have a surplus account for that, and that's a project that is still being, I mean, it hasn't been decided yet what will happen with that from this group. I guess we could have that discussion. Councillor Melhoff.
I'm open to the discussion. I do not want to find a project in another municipality until we figure out what's happening with the amalgamation with that municipality. The other municipality has not come to the table to offer any money for this particular project whatsoever. So I'm not comfortable funding a project solely on our own in another municipality.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Councillor Swanson.
I was going to move off this topic and then do some more allocation.
Okay, so I guess
I'll wait.
we don't actually have a motion on the table, so I think you can speak to whatever you would want.
I would motion to move $2.5 million to the Public Works Vehicle and Equipment Reserve.
Okay, discussion on that motion. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Actually, it was on another topic, so
okay.
I think Councillor Melhoff has something on this.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I was also curious with regards to your public works and equipment, if we wanted to potentially add in a change to the yearly allocation, since we allocate $800,000 annually now to the fire apparatus, that we also add in that we, if we have the funds to do so, allocate $800,000 to the public works equipment. And your thoughts on that?
I'll go to Councillor Swanson and then to Deputy Reeve.
At this point in time, as much as I would like to move that to an annual, I would think at this point in time, just moving the reserves that we have would be enough, and that could be a great budget discussion going forward.
Okay, speaking to that motion, Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Do you need a is a decision needed today for the direction on the surplus, or could it be postponed until or tabled until the next council meeting?
There needs to be a motion today, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't move it next meeting.
I think this gives administration a chance to put together more data to bring back to us as well. I'll let Ms. Sirhan answer rather than me.
Yeah, so it's just to finalize the financial statements. There needs to be a note in the financial statements that identifies where the restricted surpluses are. And I guess the risk with not identifying a restricted surplus for these surplus funds is that they end up in unrestricted. And even though provincial municipal funding and politics are entirely different than municipal, the provincial chat about surpluses within municipalities not being restricted is that they have money that they don't require. Why are they funding municipalities with grant money? Now, that's just me saying what I've heard, right?
And certainly I would say I've heard that as well. Is there a comfort level with a certain amount of unrestricted surplus?
Yes, less than $1 million is fine.
Okay. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Bylaw. Perhaps if council is more comfortable moving the remaining amount of unrestricted into the facility reserve, that would allow council the opportunity to actually build on, I'll say, the start of Ms. Sirhan's presentation at the beginning, and that would allow council the time to put your vision with your reserves and perhaps, for lack of better terms, marry the two. but then it would still be at your disposal.
Thank you, Mr. Emmons. I always think it's great to have flexibility as the new council goes through the first time of trying to allocate surplus. It puts a lot of decisions at a point that maybe they're even thinking of a break around the corner, but definitely I want to make sure that we put the proper emphasis on that. And I would look for a motion from anybody if they need a break. At the moment, I was hoping to continue this process to its end, but I see that could lead us to a too long a period. So I think I will call a recess now for, sorry?
There's a
There is a
motion on the
motion,
floor.
I'm sorry for that. Let's go ahead with the motion. For clarity, can we have the motion restated, so?
Thank you, Reeve. So I have that council moves 2.5 million to Public Works Vehicle and Equipment Reserve.
Okay,
Did I capture that correctly? Yeah.
further discussion on that motion? Go ahead, please.
Should we be naming that restricted surplus, not reserves? Friendly amendment.
We will keep all terminology as current as possible, thank you. I think when we mention one, we understand the other, so. All those in favor then? And those opposed? That is carried. With that, we will take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. We're continuing on our discussion around the restricted surplus and allocations thereof. Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid, and I owe Councillor Swanson an apology. I totally forgot about the motion. But as I stated before with the remnant, going to a facility would allow further discussions at a later date. The other thing I wouldn't mind bringing up to council, one of your priority projects is broadband. And I haven't heard that mentioned, so I wanted to throw that for council as well.
All right, I see a number of lights on. I'll go to Councillor Graham first.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. Another option too is a discussion that we just had with the Leslieville sewer. I think we know it's gonna end up being a little over budget, so maybe it would be okay to preemptively put some money in there. I don't know. What everyone's thoughts are on that?
Maybe if I could be reminded how much that amount was it 600,000 or so it was going to be potentially under tendered or over tendered, however we look at that. So I guess
I can just go ahead and make a motion and we can vote it down if you guys don't.
You can place an amount too if you wish.
I would like to make a motion that we put $600,000 towards the Leslieville sewer from the Leslieville sewer restricted surplus.
Thank you. Discussion around that motion. Councillor Melhoff.
Mine was regarding the broadband comment that was brought up.
Okay.
So
what we do,
do we
maybe
wanna discuss
we'll deal with
this one first and then come
the
back?
motion before us first then? Okay, all those in favor then? And those opposed? And that is carried. Councillor Melhoff, then I'll go to you. I believe you had something around broadband.
Yeah, I'd love to know what our projections for broadband, other than the ones that are sitting here, look like. We're gonna be in a deficit in that broadband account. Perhaps Mr. Hagan can give us some little bit of clarity of where we should be going.
I agree with Mr. Emmons that council needs to consider the funding of that project going forward. To be honest with you, I've challenged my staff to take a hard look at the numbers going forward. I'm comfortable with the 22 numbers, but beyond that, I want some refinement of those numbers, and I'll be bringing that back to council during strategic planning once those are firmed up a little bit. They're appearing a little bit high to me right now compared to what we were planning for before. So I want to see, is inflation included in there? What's driving those numbers up? But clearly there's a gap between what we're projecting for expenditures, even if we bring that number down a bit, and what's currently in the reserve. So we could use additional funding in the reserve going forward. I wouldn't suggest we try and fully fund the thing right away, the project, but we can continue to have these conversations through strategic planning and budget deliberations. But it certainly wouldn't hurt to steer some more funds towards that restricted surplus account.
Ms. Saran?
Yeah, there's also, the one point about the broadband is that there is some grant funding that wasn't noted at budget time, but is now. So even though that restricted surplus account appears to be going into a deficit, there will be some of that project that will be funded by the grant that was announced. When was it announced, March or?
The Nordite grant.
Yes, the phase 6.
UBF.
Yeah. So when it was identified that all of the funds would come out of that restricted surplus at budget time, whereas we were identified at a later date that some of that would be funded through the grant. So even though it's looking like that 4.9 is all coming out of that restricted surplus, actually there's a significant amount that will be funded through that UBF grant. And also maybe I'll just, before, just one more note about the community purse and the plans for prioritizing the projects. So even, so right now there's $400,000 that still needs to be allocated. But that being said, it could put it into the facilities restricted surplus, and then really, I know it's a lot of information today, and there, especially when you're looking at changing a process from being identifying projects to identifying a priority list that will move a vision forward. That's an entirely different process than how capital projects have been identified in the past. So even putting that 400,000 into the facilities restricted surplus for now would put council in a good position to make some decisions at a later date once plans have been finalized and the priority list could come out as to which projects on the capital 10-year capital plan should move forward within the next 24 to 36 months.
And placing that amount, that 400,000 that you mentioned, that puts our unrestricted surplus at zero, does it?
No, it puts it at about 470,000 or something like that, depending on, I mean, there are a couple of entries that Metrics is still working on through the regional waste dissolution. So yeah, I would say that it would be between that $400,000 to $500,000 range, which is acceptable, and then we would see moving forward once the draft statements become available. If there were any subsequent changes that needed to be made to that, we could do that at that time.
Is one question I would have, is that unrestricted surplus some point that we use for contingency? We
could. So there's always a contingency identified in every budget year. And however, the unrestricted surplus can be used for that as well. So if something came up that you that there was a need for $300,000 or $400,000, that can always be used for that purpose. And again, I just want to say it's a lot of information, a lot to think about, and a lot of decisions to be made in the next 12 months. So I just really appreciate the thought that goes into moving Clearwater County in a direction that's going to see positive growth.
Thank you for that. I might make a note that in my vision or my thought is that is less than 1% of our budget in an unrestricted form, and I think that sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah.
Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Yeah, I was just gonna make that motion that the balance of the $400,000 surplus be allocated to the facilities restricted surplus. Is that?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, questions, comments around that motion? Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you. So we just have one more motion that will need to be made. And Alana, can I have you bring up that 2021-2022 detailed spreadsheet? So it's gone out by email to each of you, but I just want to bring it up on the screen and just explain this. Yeah, can we get that into a size that my old eyes can see it? So I just want to explain what this is. So the audited balance, December 20th, or 2020, that's the balance of that restricted surplus account as audited by our auditors for December 31st, 2020. So 2021 budgeted transfers, those are the transfers that were identified either during the 2021 budget deliberations or subsequently added to budget through the 2020 year-end process or the 2022 budget. So again, there's 3 opportunities to adjust the budget for restricted surplus. So I have kind of a color coding there. If you're interested, you can go down and there's a key at the bottom that tells you which part of the process those were identified in. It's not hugely important, but if you're interested, I'm sure it's riveting for most of you. So the 2020 is the actual transfer. So this is the transfer that identified that either there's a project being carried forward into 2022. There was an actual amount, so we estimated that the budget for an amount was, so near the bottom of the work in progress, there's Nordegg water well number 8. So in the budget column, I think it's 295,000. And in the actual transfer amount is 288,242. So that reflects that that's the actual amount of that budget that got spent in 2021. So there needs to be a motion to move all of those, each of those transfers, and you can do it as one motion. So allocate or move the transfers for restricted surplus as indicated in the restricted surplus detail list.
Okay, would anybody be willing to make a motion to that effect? Councillor Graham, I know your light was on before I chirped that out, but.
I was reading your mind, Reeve Lougheed. I would like to make that motion, please.
Excellent. Further discussion on that motion? Call the question. Oh, Councillor Melhoff, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve. Will Matrix Group be joining us for questions and stuff later with the full audited reports at some point?
Yes, as soon as we can finalize those dissolution transactions for the Waste Authority and the statements are finalized, they will be in front of you with staff to present the financial statements.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, relating to the motion on the table from Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a lot of work you did in the last 2 hours.
Well, thank you for your help with that. That's hopefully everybody has a greater understanding of the complexities of allocating restricted surpluses.
As always, if you have any questions, just reach out.
So that takes us down the list. Total change of pace here will go to the CAO office, which item 9.1, and that is Village County Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee recommendations. And that's relating to the Alberta Community Partnership Grant, Amalgamation Study, and Action Plan.
I think I need Ms. Sirhan for this one.
Bye.
Thank you, Rhonda. She did an amazing job with a very difficult topic. So item 9.1 before council at this time is the Village County Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee recommendation regarding the Alberta Community Partnership Grant, and this is pertaining to the amalgamation study and potential action plan. So the staff recommendation before council today for consideration that council tasks the Village County ICC Committee with undertaking and overseeing the Village of Caroline Clearwater County Amalgamation Project. That council directs administration to hire a consultant with the funds received from the Alberta Community Partnership Grant to prepare an amalgamation report and coordinate and facilitate processes based on report findings. So during the June 9th Village County ICC meeting, the following resolutions were passed regarding the attached ICC agenda item. Resolution 004-2022 moved by Reeve Lougheed that the committee recommends Village of Caroline and Clearwater County Councils task the Village County ICC Committee with undertaking and overseeing the Village of Caroline Clearwater County Amalgamation Project. Resolution 005-2022 moved by Councillor Cermak that the committee recommends Village of Caroline and Clearwater County Councils direct administration to hire a consultant with the funds received from the ACP grant to prepare an amalgamation report and coordinate and facilitate processes based on report findings. With each respective council's acceptance of the ICC recommendations, both administrations will move forward with planning, scope of work, and report requirements, obtaining several quotes from consultants and making consultant selections for the ICC review and subsequent approval.
Thank you, Mr. Emmons. Questions? Comments? I'll go with Councillor Melhoff. Suddenly there was no lights, now there's lots of lights. This is good. Councillor
Thank you,
Melhoff
Reeve.
first.
Will the rest of council have the ability to comment on this process going forward, or is this strictly now in the hands of the ICC?
Mr. Evans.
If I may pass process, typically the ICC is tasked, but it comes back to council for information and insurance that the ICC is going forward in a manner that complements council. So it truly is a blend.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Will one of the options for this amalgamation study be that the village simply dissolve? Or does that commit us into all these negotiations?
Mr. Evans.
The process for dissolution is far different from amalgamation. Amalgamation really involves the two municipalities in question and forms more of a negotiation process. Dissolution involves the province and a lot more direction. Dissolution can still involve a level of community engagement, but you're more in a position of passing on information than creating it. It's more communicating one way than engagement, if that makes sense, Councillor Ratcliffe. So dissolution takes a different form, but it's also choice. And we've heard from our neighbors that dissolution is not favored. I have not heard from the CAO of Caroline that that is favorable. With their council, they are leaning more towards the amalgamation anyway.
Okay, thank you. From talking with other municipalities that have gone through this, to me, dissolution seems a more rapid solution to move forward. Thank you for that information.
You're welcome, Councillor Ratcliffe. And to summarize, I guess, the information you've gleaned is accurate. Dissolution does expedite the process because it puts it more at the provincial level and it's dictated down more.
My apologies. Thought this was off. County responsibilities. Councillor Swanson, please.
I'm just curious, with that grant that was received last year, does the consultant that the committee is going to hire, does that go through a new RFP process, or where does that land on that particular? I know we were awarded, where does hire the consultant fall into that to prepare the amalgamation report?
My hope is, given the grant amount of $75,000, we fell below the threshold of the West Trade Agreement, so we can sole select. The province never appreciates that process, but I'm hoping to get together with the CAO of the Village of Caroline and we can shortlist and perhaps invitation and get a minimum of 3 quotes. And if those quotes stay under that threshold, then we can bring it back to the ICC for consideration. And of course, we'll require that level of approval. It would expedite a lot. My fear is this grant has been a little bit long in the tooth. We've been, the province was gracious enough to give us 1 extension. If this is a priority of council, I'm hoping to expedite it, and that would do that, rather than go to a full RFP and through that entire process. You're welcome.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Would a dissolution not be significantly less expensive to Clearwater County as an option? We can still have a negotiation and sit down at the table and ensure that the the needs and concerns of the village are seen without the increased costs of all the studies, et cetera, that are associated with an amalgamation process rather than the process of dissolution. To steal a phrase from Deputy Reeve Northcott, wouldn't dissolution remove a lot of that red tape as opposed to amalgamation and still get us to the same goal?
From my studies on it, please bear in mind, Council, I personally, in my decades of municipal service, have not gone through an amalgamation process, but I definitely have researched it, wrote a thesis on it, and my understandings of the process is the red tape will be required anyway. Municipal affairs will not allow Clearwater County, in this example, to take on another municipality without the assurance of being fully educated and our council understanding truly what that means to Clearwater County and our financial capability. So there's a level of knowledge required to satisfy the province in this process as well. So my understanding is they would require that anyway. It would still expedite to a degree because a lot of the preliminary would be gone. You wouldn't have to get into, it would be the level of meetings truly at our level, meetings of ICCs and going steps forward because the province would be involved and keep those steps moving forward rather than scheduling meetings at our level. So it would go quicker, Councillor Melhoff, but you would still be required to go through an analysis and the financial studies and reviews and deficits, the current state of their infrastructure, so we know what we're accepting. Thank you. You're welcome.
Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I believe that this is inevitable, so I'm going to go ahead and make the first motion that council tasks the Village County Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee with undertaking and overseeing the Village of Caroline Clearwater County Amalgamation Project.
Okay. Further discussion on that motion? Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Brings us to item 9.2, which again, I think goes across, oh, sorry. Oh, there was more than one motion, that's correct. Mr. Emmons, any background that you'd like to share on that, around the ACP grant?
I believe I'm comfortable, Reeve Lougheed, as long as council is. As I earlier stated, this is a grant we were successful in acquiring. The province has given us one extension already. So if this is a priority of council, then I believe this would be an opportunity to take advantage of that grant.
Okay. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. This, like it just mentioned, this is a grant, so it's not coming out of our pockets. I would like to know everything that we can know going into this, and I believe that Caroline would agree and want to know everything they can know as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and make this motion too, that council directs administration to hire a consultant with funds received from the Alberta Community Partnership Grant to prepare an amalgamation report and coordinate and facilitate processes based on report findings.
Discussion on that motion. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there enough in that grant to achieve this goal?
Thank you. I believe there is, Councillor Melhoff, with the previous grant and the work done in tri-party under partnership with the town of Rocky Mountain House, Village of Caroline, and Clearwater County. I believe there's enough background information there that can be utilized with another consultant to provide a good platform rather than creating a redundant study. With that current report available, I believe it should cover.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up?
Yep, please.
the Alberta Community Partnership Grant, what other things has this grant been used for in the past?
Several community projects. We've used it even for street lighting in Nordic. A lot of enhancement, beautification type efforts for our hamlets, for different initiatives. Yeah, I can't really think. Sidewalk repairs that get larger than just typical maintenance. Our engineered streetlights is another one. Those type of enhancements, Councillor Malhaf.
Please, go ahead.
So if we were not to use this grant for this purpose, we could potentially use it to work with Caroline on a community project rather than a study? Or is it already allocated for this study?
The condition of this grant is this study. It's specific.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess for me, I'm most interested in the last few words in that motion, and that is coordinate and facilitate processes based on report findings. Am I correct to read into that would be that public engagement that I think the community is expecting? Is that what that part of it is, or is that something else? Or are we missing one component of this?
My interpretation of that, Lahaid, is that's a component. The report findings should easily address the consultation process, but also get into next steps and processes going forward. So I think although public engagement is a component of that, I think it's a broader statement.
Okay. So I'm key for me is that we're not missing that public engagement component in what we're motioning here today or directing the ICC to do.
Absolutely, Riva Lahaid, and if I may, you voiced that very clearly in the ICC that keeping the community educated and involved is a priority to you. It's also required through municipal affairs, so we cannot take that lightly. Actually, part of this grant requires a community engagement plan to go forward to municipal affairs for acceptance. So it definitely is a component of it.
Great, that's good to hear. Further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Now we move on to item 9.2. And again, I think I turn that across to our apt and able CAO.
Thank you, Riva. So this is following the June 14th notice of motion for the weekly drop-in sessions with a counselor. The staff recommendation that council considers the following resolution. That council directs administration to schedule counselors on a weekly rotation for a 3-hour drop-in session with residences in the counselor's office beginning September 20th, 2022. To allow counselors and residents opportunity to additionally engage and discuss matters of interest. So the background on this for council's consideration is at the June 14th, 2022 regular council meeting, Councillor Malhaf gave notice of motion as follows. The council directs administration to schedule counselors on a weekly rotation for a 3-hour drop-in session with residents in the counselor's office beginning September of 2022 to allow counselors and residents opportunity to additionally engage and discuss matters of interest. The intent of the motion is to provide additional opportunities outside of the formal public engagement process for counselors to build relationships and share information and hear what's going on in people's minds. It ensures counselors will be visible, easily approachable, and available to hear from residents on a regular scheduled basis. Under the Municipal Government Act, one of the many counselors' duties is to consider the welfare and interests of the municipality as a whole and to bring council's attention anything that would promote the welfare or interests of the municipality. In order to govern effectively and make decisions that are in the best interest of the municipality, councils must be willing to consider public input when making decisions, which is achieved through the implementation of council's public participation policy. This policy provides framework for involving residents and stakeholders in the decision-making process, creating specific opportunities for public input. The proposed drop-in sessions are not intended to replace or undermine this framework, nor are they to be linked to or communicated as an opportunity for public engagement or input as part of the decision-making process. Instead, these sessions are intended as an informal opportunity for councils to reconnect with residents and meet new ones, hear their feedback, ideas, and concerns. The goal is to encourage face-to-face meetings with councillors in a relaxed and safe setting in the newly established office at the county's main administration building. As part of the discussion on this motion, administration asks that council considers and confirms expectations on the following. Council remuneration for attending the sessions, per diem on a salary basis, or per diem or salary basis. Level of administration departmental staff involvement during or post. Process for council reporting on session topics discussed and outcome. Process for session evaluation and ensure effectiveness. Session schedule during regular business hours or evenings, weekends during municipal election year. Advertisement, public notification of sessions. Alternatively, in place of regularly scheduled sessions, councillors would consider booking the office as needed for engagement with residences, professional development, and/or other business as determined by each councillor. So this is the item for council consideration today.
Thank you very much for outlining that. I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You absolutely summarized the intent of my motion extremely well in discussing it with Ms. Hyatt. She was, when she was building the background here, she was able to absolutely articulate what I was hoping to achieve. Councillor Swanson and I at the beginning of our term had talked about coffee with a councillor, or like how do we get out there or be available in another way to our residents. And as soon as our previous CAO had said, hey, we're building an office upstairs, I was like, this is how we do it. We be available on a regular basis, each taking our turn, so that people are aware when we'll be there on a schedule, so that they can meet with us. This would also hopefully prevent the potentially not safe meetings on private property or outside of facilities such as this, that are not necessarily the best way to conduct business on the side of highways, etc. So it'd be great if we could look at doing this, and in doing so, I did the notice of motion. I'd be happy to make the motion that council directs administration to schedule councillors on a weekly rotation for a 3-hour drop-in session with residents in the councillor's office beginning September 2022 to allow councillors and residents opportunity to additionally engage and discuss matters of interest.
Thank you for that. I see a number of lights. I would maybe make one comment before I go to Councillor Ratcliffe. Would there be any opportunity to do this on a trial basis? So we're not committed through policy in the long term, that we can feel out this different relationship and see how if it's being effective, why not support it? If Mr. Emmons?
If I may, an option before council too, it would be to have it on a volunteer basis. Is it mandatory every councillor? If you're not hearing from your residents a need, perhaps some councillors may wish to opt out. I just throw that out for a suggestion. If other councillors feel this is right and appropriate for their division, then it's an opportunity. I don't know.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Although you took my idea already. I like this idea. I find it's too easy for this chamber to become our world. And so opportunities to hear more from the public and interface more with the public is a great idea. I'd certainly support this on a trial basis, say to the end of the year, and reevaluate. But I like it.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott and then Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. I don't know if it's quite necessary to go to this length. Right now, the phone calls are safe, right? They don't put you in any harm's way. I've had lots of phone calls, and I think actually all of council has had quite a few phone calls with fairly contentious issue that was voted on this morning. So I don't think I'll be supporting this motion. It sounds nice and stuff like that, but I don't think it's needed. I think it creates more, just more of everything, more policy, more additional expense. And there's phone calls. A lot of times too, when I do have those conversations with residents and stuff, I need information. Like there's a request for information, and I usually, I definitely rely on administration to be able to get that information. So to have a meeting in the room there, it would be sort of a pointless meeting, because I would be there and I'll say, hey, you know what, I'll ask administration. I don't know what the policy is on this, that, or the other thing, and I'll have to get back to you. So I don't know if I would be getting a lot done there. And I don't know, I kind of like either the phone calls or traditional meetings, meeting with people at their house or on the side of the road or out on the tractor or whatever. So that's my stance on it. But
Thank you, and Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I really love the idea of this. I would concur that I would like to support it on a trial basis. My fear is that people aren't going to show up. When we got elected, I would have been so gung-ho for this, but seeing how involved people like to be, I just don't want to commit to it for the rest of our term. And we all are in there every week and no one shows up. But I love the idea and I will support this motion. I would personally like to see it on a salary basis and during the day, because I'm not an evening person. So, yes, that's where I stand.
Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor.
I agree, a salary basis, as long as all are participating, that 100% would make sense. Because the thought would be that it'd be adding 3 hours every 7 weeks to your schedule. Like this isn't all 7 of us sitting in a room every week. This is one of us in a room for once every 7 weeks. So, and I agree, if it's not working, we shouldn't continue to do it. So being it on a trial basis 100% would make sense, because if something isn't working, it needs to no longer be continued. So that would be absolutely fair that we come back even on at a year's time and say, hey, is this effective? Is this not effective? Etc. The intent here is just to make sure that the residents have another avenue to reach out to us.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Melhoff and Councillor Graham in regards to a salary basis, and in regards to the trial. The end of the year is 90 days, is because we're going to start this in September, is really not enough time. So I'm leaning towards 6 months to a year. And I mean, summertime is a little bit different, I get it. So maybe we take that summer break or as is, but we have to give it enough time to give it a fair evaluation at that point. So, and I understand every division is different and our residents are different, and it doesn't mean that I will not stop in a grocery store and talk to anybody. I will still do that. I won't require them to come here and have that discussion with me. I will still be answering the phone, et cetera, but this is just another opportunity for someone who just wants to pop by and knows one of us is sitting there at a certain time and would like to have some questions, regardless of the division that they're in. So I think it's just at that point in time, and if there's an emergency, they have our numbers. They're all published. And they use them, yes.
Okay, additional comments. I would just comment, I think it's great to have new ideas of how we can better serve our community, and people willing to step up and go that extra step, I think is kudos to that. I think there's some other important considerations in here, because I do anticipate that within those discussions you may have with the residents that come in, there is going to be an administrative request that comes from that often. And we have to really kind of resolve that issue of how much administrative time. We know sometimes a very simple question can create days, if not weeks, of administrative work. So we want to be cautious how we use that and how it benefits the community and what it costs the community. We always have to be conscious of costs involved with service delivery. And so I think it would be good to have that dialogue now as well. The other points that are here, you know, the schedules, advertising this. There are costs involved with those things, making it, you know, commonly known that this is a new service that's available. And then I think, you know, really there should be some sort of a feedback, and maybe it can be through our councillor reports, or maybe it can be through a written, you know, you're sitting there for 3 hours, maybe you got a chance to, you know, submit a few notes at the end, so that we can document what was discussed, and then if it's got value, it should be a good thing. Additional comments, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I don't really see it being any more cumbersome on administration than the meetings we already have. Like when I get a phone call from a resident, I reach out and ask questions based on that phone call, or I get an email from a resident, or I run into somebody at the grocery store, or those all come with administrative questions. I don't anticipate it being worse than it already is. This is just giving, like I said, another avenue for that to happen. As far as public notification, I don't see any over expense doing so on our social media platforms or our websites. I don't think that it needs to be like, we don't need to get one of those big balloons outside or anything. Like, it doesn't need to be a big thing. I think that we can accomplish a very similar goal with the same way that we access our residents now, to let them know of any public information sharing opportunity. I don't think it needs to be a billboard or anything.
Okay, well, I'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
Actually, you gave me just the idea that we should have an open sign on the window that says that there's a counselor in the house or something like that.
Yeah.
Or counselors in, yeah, exactly.
Councillors in.
Maybe that's so people driving by and they want, oh, there's somebody there, no. I agree, and it might be something, an opportunity to put in our newsletter, just, you know, a little blurb that says, you know what, counselors are gonna start this in the fall. And it might be an opportunity that if people want to pre-book through the front reception area to sit with us at those particular times that we are scheduled, that might be an opportunity as well.
Yeah, I can definitely see an advantage to that. It really maximizes the effectiveness of everybody's time. I do get the feedback from council that they're finding that their council duties do take a lot of time. And this probably will help, but it may add to that as well. So I welcome the concept and being able to do it on a trial basis, and I hope for the absolute best from that. We do have that motion before us. Does administration have enough from that motion that, or we need to make subsequent motions to more direction on than that? Mr. Emmons, please.
I think that's totally appropriate. If Councillor Melhoff accepts the trial as a friendly amendment, it's her motion, then we're perfectly satisfied.
Okay, thank you for that. So in that case, you have additional comments, Councillor Melhoff?
I was just gonna accept the trial for 1 year as a friendly amendment.
All right, further discussion? Clarity on the motion? Seeing thumbs up. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Takes us down the list. We're really scheduled to get out of here before 6:30. This is great. Reports, item 10, CAO reports. Again, across to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So the June 28th CAO report for council. Council received an invitation from the town of Bentley to participate in the annual Fair Days Parade on August 4th. This year's theme for the town of Bentley is Salute to the Town and Country Critters. The second item, the Recall Act, formerly Bill 52, came into force upon proclamation on April 7th, 2022. The act strengthens democracy by allowing Albertans to hold elected officials accountable through their term, not just during elections. The Recall Act creates a process that could lead to the recall of elected officials, including members of the legislative assemblies, MLAs, municipal officials, and school trustees. The attached fact sheet explains the process. Rocky Mountain House RCMP Detachment is hosting community engagement sessions on July 12th at the Nordic Community Hall at 2 p.m. and September 6th at the Leslieville Community Hall at 7 p.m. Staff Sergeant Dinsdall would like to meet with and hear from local community members who may have comments and concerns about policing issues in the following geographic areas: Rocky Mountain House, Caroline, Leslieville, Nordig, Ochese, Sunchild, Bighorn First Nations, and Clearwater County. Additional details are available on the county's website and social media.
Any questions for the CAO? Councillor Swanson, please.
In regards to the invitation for the town of Bentley, did they need an answer right away? Because I'm just thinking it's further away. We have one more meeting to approve if any of the councillors want to go, or because I know in the past I went once, I believe it was in 2019, and I know I drove the wrapped vehicle.
The Sasquatch.
The Sasquatch, yes, thank you. And it was also, I think, a promotion too at the same time for the Alberta Masters Games, because it fell just before that, so it was kind of the dual purpose. So anyways with that, but would you need, although I like being able to expose our county to other municipalities, I'm more inclined to say to participate in those municipalities that are right bordering us versus town of Bentley is within Macomb County, and so that's not necessarily our county, but it's always friendly to show up and either be a cheerleader or whatever else. So that's my only comment on that.
So to answer Councillor Swanson, if I may, the invitation didn't have RSVP ASAP, so I would suggest that they well understand council's tight schedule, and as soon as we can get back to them, that would be appreciated. But August 4th is quite a ways away yet, so no, there wasn't. You're welcome.
So that might be coming back to a council meeting, coming to us very soon too, that we could, if people's schedule was, we could revisit this as well. I know in the past there's certain parades and functions that we have sponsored councillors to attend that. Would this be the expectation with this parade, that people would be, I'm just looking to council, is if you were going to attend, would you want to be sponsored by Clearwater County or remunerated, or I guess just looking for that consensus from council. Councillor Swanson.
Even in looking through our remuneration, I know we are through policy. We are expected through the Caroline the Bighorn Parade and the Rocky Mountain House Rodeo Parade. That's typically the only two parades that we are remunerated or our salary is based for. I think it just depends on the year, if there's an event that we would like to promote or in conjunction. So to me, it's just based on an as need basis kind of thing, if we feel that we need to be promoting or having any awareness in particular.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion or any questions on the CAO report? If not, I would, Mr. Emmons, did you have a comment?
If you don't mind, Bylaw, I was just going to make the suggestion on that number 1 point for the town of Bentley. Perhaps a suggestion would be having a motion leaving it to council's discretion that if they wish to attend, they may, and to notify Tracy Lynn when the decision's made individually.
Okay.
And that way, if it's a priority of this council, then it would fall under the remuneration.
Mr. Martinson.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think Councillor Swanson outlined where we are prepared to support council with a full parade float. Traditionally, as Councillor Swanson pointed out, when we go to maybe outside of the community, we've made the Sasquatch vehicle available to whichever councillor members want to attend, but we don't have a full parade float. And so that's not needed under a council motion, as the CAO pointed out. If council wishes a motion to approve the attendance and you notify Tracy Lynn, we will make the Sasquatch vehicle available as it's being a tool to promote our community for council or staff anytime they're leaving. We encourage, even, anybody going to a meeting in Edmonton, take the Sasquatch mobile, we get some mileage out of it. So we would certainly make that available to any councillor member that wish to go, should council make that motion that the CAO described to you.
Any further discussion or motions? Councillor Melhoff.
I can make the motion that if council would like to attend, to let Tracy know and can do so. I would love to go. Unfortunately, I'm already scheduled to work that day, so I will not be able to do so because I love parades.
Thank you for that. Any discussion around that motion? If not, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And we'll also need a motion to accept the CAO report for information. Councillor Swanson? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us down to capital project status update report. And I think traditionally we go across the room for that.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Would council like me to go through the capital status update for this council? Was there any questions on the report?
Sure. I think that's been circulated. Anybody have questions for Mr. Emmons? If not, I would be looking for a motion to accept the update. Councillor Graham? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services report. Unless there was something you wanted to highlight within that, I would again be looking for questions or a motion to accept that report for information. Councillor Swanson, please.
Just looking at the numbers, I know this is just the start of our busy season. So I'm just, kudos to the fire services. I wish them well through the summer, and I hope it's not as busy as it has been. And accidents few and far between, but I will make a motion to accept the fire report.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That brings us down to councillor reports. And I will start, as always, at Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. I circulated my report last night. So I just want to highlight one thing in particular. It was a great day with my family at the Indigenous celebrations that were at Curtis Field. And my daughter even graduated from the their Head Start program that day, and she was treated like a queen. All of the students were, so it was great to be a part of that. My children are so young; we didn't get to engage in the fireworks, but I heard that they were very good. So that was good to hear. It was really awesome that all the schools participated. They had an amazing turnout. They did face painting, and they taught the kids about the fur trade, and they did bannock over a fire, and I even competed with FCSS for sack races. So it was a really good day, and I just wanted to make sure that I highlighted that that was just one of my shining moments in the last couple of weeks, and the rest is in my report for your reading pleasure.
Thank you, Councillor Melhoff. Any questions? Councillor Graham? No?
No, I don't know why my light's on.
Okay. I might just say that I had a chance to take in that day as well, and it was terrific to see the school kids coming through and their eyes open to all those things that were new to them. It was just a great moment, so thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I don't have anything to report. I was on ANTA duty last week. My sister was volunteering to drive on field trips, so unfortunately I had to miss the Indigenous Days because there was bodily functions everywhere. And so yeah, I don't have anything to report. I wish I was there though. It looked like a really awesome day.
And I'll go, any questions for Councillor Graham? If not, I'll move to Deputy Reeve, North.
Alrighty, I don't have a lot to report, but I did attend the firefighter recruitment ceremony. There was 10 new firefighters alongside Mayor Deputy Bache. It was a lot of proud and happy people there. It was a great ceremony. I also attended the annual general meeting for the Community Futures in Red Deer, so that was great. And I did attend the fireworks show for the Indigenous Days. Man, and that was a lot of fireworks. There was a lot of smoke. It was a good show. Really good. There was.
Oh,
it was excellent. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputy Reeve? Well, thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I was able to get to the fireworks at the Indigenous Days, and yeah, that was spectacular. The amount of sulfur in the air got pretty thick. It was terrific. I finished the elected officials education program on collaboration and negotiation. There are some good techniques in there that I hope to put to good use for the benefit of the region. I would recommend that program to anyone. Last week I went to the Norday Community Association meeting that started with a Bear Smart presentation. So I've learned the difference between, how to tell the difference between a black bear, even if it's brown, and a grizzly bear, even if it's black. And learned how to recognize some bear behavior and respond accordingly. And I hope I never have to get past the theory stage of that. And last Saturday, a constituent called me about some beaver flooding. So I went to have a look at that. And then I got to watch our people clear away the blockages on the culverts. We got some good people out there getting things done. This put me late for the pancake breakfast at the airport. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, for showing up on time. That's all I have.
Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? I'll move along to, well, I'll just say that I'm sure Councillor Cermak will have a lot of exciting stories to tell us when he gets back. But I'll go to Councillor Swanson right now.
Sure. June 15th, I attended the Rocky Learning Council grand opening and their celebration of 45 years. Toured their new offices and their new location, that's between Glen Sports and Rocky Feed Solutions. Very interesting to learn that they offer a full suite of courses and programming through their e-campus and much more. It's a great resource for our residents. Their one program that starts this fall, I think it's the LPN program, is fully enrolled, 31 people. So excellent, yes. Just attended the ASHA Stronger Foundations virtual information session that's ongoing. The Cape AGM at the Innisfil Golf Course. The keynote address was by the Manager of Policy and Economics for the Alberta Business Council. I will send you guys a link. She presented the Define the Decade executive summary, of which in there they identified what is business's top main concern. This is Canada-wide, and number one was labor, skilled labor. So it's an issue right across Canada. Also listened to the the EDO for Rural Economic Development, he provided an update through the EDO that was on a webinar on the 22nd. There will be a full plan, there'll be a report come out for economic development for rural Alberta that will come out in the fall. They have finished their public consultations and putting together all the recommendations coming forward. Rocky Seniors Housing Board was the 22nd. We conditionally approved the contract for the repairs for the outside of the building. Originally, the last quote was over $300,000. The new quotes came in and it's just under 100, so substantial savings there. But looking forward to how we are still at 33% empty, so we still have available rooms at the lodge. So operations still is where it's at, and unfortunately that line item. So hopefully we can not go into a deficit at some point in time and have to requisition the municipalities. The library, Rocky Mountain House Library, they're promoting their summer reading program through the Market on Main, so pop by and do that. They did a big cleaning out of their historic portion of all the historic materials that they were holding, and the museum gladly took it all. So it's still publicly available, but only through the museum now, not at the library, so that made substantial place. They moved 594 items to date. And then, of course, attended the Alberta Transportation Twinning of Highway 11 open house last week at the Pioneer Center, which presented 4 options. They are open for feedback and was well attended. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, thank you very much. And I would like to start my report by just saying thank you to this council for being present in so many places in the community. I think you're doing a terrific job of being there and involved in community events, which there seems to be very, very, very many at the moment. And I'm glad our community is coming back out of the dark holes we've been in for the last couple of years and are truly enjoying what our community has to offer. So I guess with that, I have went to a number of community events, both official and unofficial. Some school end events, trying to be present in the community at the drop of a hat if possible. And I do appreciate Councillor or Deputy Reeve Northcott and Councillor Swanson, Councillor Ratcliffe, and all of you really for picking up the slack where I could not be. It really is truly impressive. Ultimately, I think the only one, I think Councillor Ratcliffe touched base on it, did get a chance to go out to the fly-in pancake breakfast out there, and were able to meet with a lot of the stakeholders around the airport, and hear their feedback, and I think create a presence there that there is a willingness within our community to find the best possible solutions for that. It is truly a gem within the West Country here, and yeah, I think Neil is just showing me that there was 40 plus aircraft and 200 people there. I think I was impressed, and it was nice to get back out and really recognize what a draw that facility could be, and how important it is to those users of it. So I think much can happen there. Anyway, I guess I would be looking for a motion to accept council reports. Deputy Reeve, further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Brings us to 11.1, and that is a letter to the Minister of Health. I think that has been or letter from the Minister of Health, or letter to the Minister of Health, sorry. That has been circulated. Any questions relating to that? I will go to Councillor Melhoff and then Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve. Should we be doing anything to show that we support their stance on this? This is a very well-written letter and very all-encompassing, and definitely something that we should be supporting. What are some ways that that this council can do that very thing. Whether we send a follow-up of our own to show that we support the school division in their concerns, or what is this council's thoughts?
I don't know if there was really an ask within this letter. It was really, you know, kind of keeping us apprised of what their concerns were and bringing it forward. I mean, this is certainly not something that we couldn't have administration or myself form a letter or council form a letter. Just get that direction from council and that consensus, and I think we can make that happen. I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve. As this letter concerns health services in the communities, it seems to me that asking to attend this meeting or send a delegate with it or our own letter of support is appropriate. It goes beyond the school division.
Okay, Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Melhoff that, you know, we should be having a letter of support for this. Even, yeah, sitting on the FCSS, we have had that opportunity to speak to this in particular or listen to what's happening. So I believe it's very important what's happening in our schools and our kids.
Okay, would anybody be willing to make a motion to that effect that we draft a letter of response to this and forward it? I'll go to Councillor Melhoff first.
Absolutely, I'd be willing to make a motion that we request administration draft a letter supporting the Wild Rose School Division's concerns regarding the mental health care in our communities. I do have one question. Did Deputy Reeve Northcott want the opioid crisis added to that letter?
There's sort of two different things. Like we could do another letter there, but this is a big ticket item, even just all on its own, right? If council wanted to have that discussion about the opioids and the list of drugs and all that stuff and go down that on another avenue, that'd be absolutely great. But I think for this, I would be, if council or administration was to draft up a letter to support this, I think that would be also, just on its own, would be great.
Okay.
Then I will let the motion stand
Okay.
Without the opioids, and we will have that conversation at a later date.
Thank you. Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor then? And that is carried. Thank you very much. I was remiss. I did not address item 10.5 as well. There was councillor remuneration. I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Sorry, there was one thing I forgot to bring up in my council report, and that was I was going to make a motion that that we approve council participation in the Rocky Chamber session tomorrow with the tri-councils with the keynote speaker of 13 Ways. We know it's in our schedule, we know it's happening, but we should approve our participation in that particular session tomorrow morning. So I just wanted to make that motion. So
Would you make that, you're making that as a motion?
yes, please.
Okay, discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And again, my remiss on item 10.5, I believe we need a motion to accept remuneration as it was circulated. Would anybody be willing to make that motion? Councillors, I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Brings us down to item 12. Notices of motion. Would there be any notices of motion? And I see a light to my right.
Thank you, Reeve. Just a notice of motion that council requests administration to reach out to the company developing the study for the Highway 11 twinning between Rocky Mountain House and Highway 22. At this point, no information or public input has been done, and the information would ensure that we can appropriately advocate for the residents within this area.
Thank you. Did administration capture that request? All right, that brings us to item 13, which is adjournment. Deputy Reeve Northcott makes that motion. All those in favor? Great, that's carried. Thank you very much.